Howdy folks. Welcome to Proxima What Ifs. Today's wild ride is, what if Harry was a Phoenix Animagus and burned the entire Forbidden Forest to kill Voldemort's Horcrux? Like this video and subscribe for more awesomeness. Let's roll. Chapter 1, The Bird That Burns. Chapter 1, The Bird That Burns. The nightmare always started the same way. Sirius was falling. That stupid, goddamn veil was fluttering like it was alive, like it was hungry, and Harry was running but his legs were made of wet cement and his lungs were full of glass and Sirius was looking at him, not scared, not angry, just surprised, like dying was the last thing he expected to happen on a Tuesday evening. And Harry was screaming his name but no sound was coming out, and Bellatrix was laughing somewhere behind him, and the veil was swallowing Sirius whole like a mouth closing around a meal, and Harry woke up on fire. Not metaphorically. Not sweating a lot, or running a fever, or any of the polite ways people describe nightmares that shake you so hard your teeth rattle. No. Harry James Potter woke up on a Thursday in October, 6th year, and his entire bed was actively, enthusiastically, aggressively on fire. The hangings went first. Those old crimson curtains that had probably been around since the Founders' era caught like they were soaked in petrol, flames racing up the fabric so fast it looked choreographed. Then his sheets, his pillow, the wooden frame of his four-poster that groaned and cracked like a living thing in pain. The fire was gold and orange and something else, something that didn't have a name in normal color vocabulary, a white-hot brilliance at the center that hurt to look at, like staring at the sun through a magnifying glass. Ron's screaming woke up the rest of the dormitory. Harry! Harry, what the bloody hell, what the actual, Neville, move, get back, Harry. Ron had his wand out and was casting Aguamenti with the kind of desperate enthusiasm of someone trying to put out a house fire with a garden hose. Water hit the flames and evaporated on contact. Not sizzled, not steamed, just ceased to exist, like the fire was so hot it was deleting the water from reality. Dean was pulling Seamus toward the door. Neville had grabbed Trevor, priorities, honestly, and was backing up with wide eyes that reflected the inferno like two small mirrors. The stone floor around Harry's bed was blackening, hairline cracks spiderwebbing through ancient masonry that had survived 1,000 years of magical adolescence. And Harry? Harry was standing in the middle of it. He didn't remember getting out of bed. He didn't remember standing up. But he was there, barefoot on stone that should have been hot enough to melt his skin off, and he wasn't burning. The fire was coming from him, pouring out of his skin like sweat, radiating from his chest and his hands and his eyes, and some distant, rational part of his brain was going, oh, this is bad, this is really spectacularly bad, but the rest of him? The rest of him felt like he was finally, for the first time in his entire miserable life, breathing properly. Like he'd been trying to inhale through a coffee stirrer for 16 years, and someone had just ripped it away and given him the whole sky. Harry! Ron's voice cracked on the second syllable. He was shielding his face with his arm, trying to get closer, and the heat pushed him back like a physical wall. Mate, you gotta stop it, you gotta, I don't know how, Harry wanted to say. I don't know what's happening to me. What came out of his mouth was not words. It was a sound, a single, rising note that shattered the windows. Every window in Gryffindor Tower. All of them. Simultaneously. Glass didn't just break, it liquefied, spraying outward in a glittering arc of molten silica that caught the wind and scattered into the October night like deadly confetti. The sound kept going, up through the ceiling, through the floors above, resonating through stone and wood and magic until the entire tower was vibrating like a tuning fork, and somewhere far below, a suit of armor toppled over with a crash that nobody could hear because Harry was still singing. No. Not Harry. Something inside Harry. Something that had been curled up in his chest since the day Fawkes' tears hit his blood in the Chamber of Secrets, since the day a phoenix feather chose him in Ollivander's shop, since before that, maybe, since the night a curse bounced off a baby's forehead and left a scar shaped like lightning and a connection to fire that nobody had ever thought to look for. The flames pulled inward. Not extinguishing, concentrating. Gold light collapsed into Harry's body like a star going supernova in reverse, and for one searing instant, every person in Gryffindor Tower saw it, Harry's silhouette, arms spread, head thrown back, and behind him, overlapping, emerging, becoming, the shape of wings. Massive, golden, burning wings. Then the light went out, Harry Potter hit the floor like a sack of bricks, and the only sounds left were Ron's ragged breathing, the distant crash of falling glass, and the soft, persistent crackling of what used to be a bed. Professor McGonagall arrived in 4 minutes flat, which was honestly impressive considering she'd been asleep in her quarters on the other side of the castle, was wearing a tartan dressing gown over what appeared to be matching tartan pajamas, and had still managed to look absolutely terrifying. "What," she said, standing in the doorway of the 6th-year boys' dormitory, surveying the destruction with an expression that could have curdled milk at 50 paces, happened. It wasn't really a question. It was a demand dressed up in the clothing of a question, and it expected an answer immediately, correctly, and without embellishment. Ron, who was kneeling next to Harry's unconscious body with a wet towel he'd somehow conjured, looked up with the expression of a man who had been through something profoundly unreasonable and wasn't sure he'd processed it yet. Ron swallowed. He sort of caught fire. "I can see that, Weasley." McGonagall stepped into the room, vanishing the remains of the bed frame with a flick of her wand. The scorch marks on the floor, she couldn't do anything about, they were baked into the stone itself, black and permanent. "What I am asking is how and why and, if at all possible, what in Merlin's name that sound was." "Dunno about the how or the why," Ron said honestly. "The sound was Harry. He sort of, screamed. Sang. I don't know. It wasn't a normal sound, Professor. It went through you. Like it was vibrating your bones." McGonagall's eyes went to Harry. He was breathing, shallow, fast, a thin sheen of sweat on his face that literally steamed in the cool air. His skin was radiating heat like a furnace. When McGonagall reached down to check his pulse, she pulled her hand back sharply. "He's burning," she murmured. Not in a panicked way. In an analytical way. The way a woman who could turn into a cat and had been teaching magic for 40 years assessed something she'd seen before but never expected to see in a 16-year-old boy. She straightened up, and her expression did something complicated, fear, recognition, and something that might have been awe, all compressed into a single flicker before the professional mask slammed back down. "Weasley, Thomas, Finnegan, Longbottom, down to the common room. Now. Do not discuss what happened with anyone until I say otherwise." "But Professor," Ron started. "Now, Weasley. He'll be fine. I'll see to it personally." Ron hesitated. Looked at Harry on the floor, still out cold, still radiating heat like a small sun. Then he grabbed his trainers and went, casting one last look over his shoulder that said, very clearly, "You'd better be right about that." McGonagall waited until the door closed. Then she cast 3 privacy wards, a fire suppression charm that she seemed to know wouldn't actually work but applied anyway out of professional obligation, and a Patronus. The silver cat streaked out through the wall without a sound. 2 minutes later, Albus Dumbledore walked in. He wasn't wearing his usual robes. He was in a deep purple sleeping robe with little silver moons embroidered on it, and his half-moon spectacles were slightly askew, and his long silver beard was tucked into his belt, and despite all of this he still managed to radiate the specific kind of authority that made you feel like you were 6 years old and had been caught drawing on the walls. He looked at Harry on the floor. He looked at the scorch marks. He looked at the melted window frames and the charred ceiling and the still glowing stone where the bed used to be. And he smiled. Not a big smile. Not a happy smile. A small, complicated, tired smile, the kind of smile worn by a man who had just watched the last piece of a very long puzzle click into place and wasn't entirely sure whether the completed picture was beautiful or terrible. "Ah," Dumbledore said softly. "So it's happened." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "Albus. What do you mean, it's happened? What has happened?" Dumbledore knelt beside Harry, ignoring the heat, or perhaps not feeling it the same way, his ancient hands hovering above the boy's chest where the glow was brightest. "Minerva," he said, in that gentle voice he used when he was about to say something you absolutely did not want to hear, "do you remember, 4 years ago, when Harry was bitten by a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets?" "I try not to remember that particular incident, thank you." Phoenix tears saved his life. Fawkes wept directly into an open wound, into his bloodstream. Dumbledore's fingers traced the air above Harry's chest, not touching, reading something invisible. "I wondered, at the time, what effect that might have." Phoenix tears are not merely a healing agent. They carry the essence of the phoenix itself, the cycle of death and rebirth, the fire that creates as it destroys. I hypothesize that such a direct infusion might leave a residue. A residue. An imprint. A seed, if you will. Dumbledore looked up at her, and his blue eyes were bright and serious and ancient. "Minerva, this boy has been carrying phoenix fire in his blood for 4 years. What happened tonight was not an accident. It was an emergence." McGonagall stared at him. Her mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. "You're telling me," she said slowly, very carefully, as if handling something fragile and potentially explosive, "that Harry Potter is a Phoenix Animagus." "I'm telling you that Harry Potter may be something we haven't seen in recorded magical history," Dumbledore replied. "A human being with a phoenix's fire living inside him, not as a learned skill, but as an inherent part of his magical nature. The Animagus transformation was always going to be the trigger, the process of aligning one's magic with one's inner animal form simply woke it up." He stood, brushing non-existent dust from his sleeping robe, and looked down at Harry with an expression that was fond and calculating and deeply, profoundly worried, all at once. "We need to move him," Dumbledore said. "Somewhere fireproof. And then, I think, we need to have a very long conversation about what this means." "What does it mean, Albus?" Dumbledore paused at the doorway. The smile was gone now, replaced by something heavier. "It means, Minerva, that the most powerful destructive force in the magical world is currently living inside a 16-year-old boy who has nightmares about watching his godfather die." He adjusted his spectacles. "It means we should be very, very careful. And very, very kind." He left. McGonagall stood in the ruined dormitory, looking at the scorch marks, and said a word that would have earned any student an immediate detention. Then she levitated Harry as gently as she could and followed. Harry woke up in a room he'd never seen before. Stone walls, rough, old, the kind that looked like they'd been there since the castle was built. No windows. A heavy wooden door reinforced with iron bands. The ceiling was vaulted, maybe 20 feet up, and covered in soot marks that looked decades old. A fireplace big enough to park a small car in dominated one wall, and it was lit, not with normal fire, but with blue-white flames that gave off light without heat. He was lying on a stone slab with a thin mattress on it, covered in a blanket that felt weird, heavy and slightly slippery, like it was made from something that wasn't quite fabric. "Dragon hide," said a voice from the corner. The blanket. Woven dragon hide from a Hungarian horntail, which is one of the few materials that can withstand sustained exposure to magical fire without combusting. Harry turned his head. Every muscle in his body screamed in protest, the kind of full-body ache you got after being hit by a bludger in every single place simultaneously. Dumbledore was sitting in a wooden chair that looked comically small for the room, holding a cup of tea, watching Harry with the patient attentiveness of a man who had all the time in the world and no intention of using it for anything else. "You're in the subchamber of Ignis," Dumbledore continued conversationally, as if they were discussing the weather. "One of Hogwarts' forgotten rooms, built by the original architects as a containment space for fire-related magical accidents. It hasn't been used in approximately 300 years, but I took the liberty of having the house elves give it a light dusting." Harry tried to sit up. His arms shook. The blanket slid down, and he noticed he was wearing different clothes, loose cotton that didn't touch his skin much, like hospital scrubs. "What happened?" His voice sounded like he'd been gargling gravel. You set your dormitory on fire. What? Quite thoroughly, I might add. The bed is a total loss. The windows as well. Mr. Weasley's collection of Chudley Cannon's posters survived, I'm told, which he considers either a miracle or an indication that the universe has a perverse sense of humor. I believe his exact words were even fire doesn't want anything to do with the cannons. Harry's stomach dropped. Is anyone hurt? Ron, no one was injured. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Finnegan, and Mr. Longbottom are all perfectly safe, though understandably shaken. Professor McGonagall reached you quite quickly. Harry exhaled, and the breath came out warm, not body temperature warm, but warm, like opening an oven. He felt it. Looked down at his hands. They were glowing. Faintly, barely visible, but there, a soft golden light under his skin, concentrated around his veins, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. Professor, Harry said slowly. Why are my hands glowing? Dumbledore set down his tea. Harry, what do you know about animagi? They can turn into animals. It takes years to learn. You have to hold a mandrake leaf in your mouth for a month. McGonagall's a cat. All correct. And do you know what determines the form an animagus takes? It's supposed to reflect your personality or something. Your inner nature. Precisely. The animagus form is not chosen. It is revealed. It is the animal that lives inside you, the truest expression of your magical and emotional self. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, I have to ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly. Have you been attempting the animagus transformation? Harry hesitated. This was the part where he had to admit something he'd been keeping secret for 4 months. 4 months of sneaking mandrake leaves from Greenhouse 3. 4 months of holding a leaf in his mouth during classes, during meals, during Quidditch practice, nearly swallowing it twice and once accidentally spitting it into his pumpkin juice. 4 months of following instructions from a book he'd found in the restricted section, not the standard animagus texts, but an older one, handwritten, with notes in the margins that he later realized were in his father's handwriting. James Potter's personal animagus journal. Found wedged behind a shelf in the restricted section like it had been hidden there decades ago and forgotten. Yeah, Harry said. Yeah. Dumbledore didn't look angry. He looked like a man who had just had a theory confirmed. Since when? June. I found my dad's notes, the ones he used when he became an animagus. I wanted to. I don't know. Be closer to him, maybe. To Sirius. Harry's jaw tightened. They did it together. All of them. The Marauders. And I thought if I could do it too, it would be like they were still here. Helping me. Stupid, I know. Not stupid at all, Dumbledore said gently. Profoundly human. And it explains a great deal. He stood, pacing slowly, his sleeping robe trailing behind him. The animagus transformation is a process. The leaf, the potion, the incantation, all of these prepare the body and magic for the moment of first transformation. Typically, this occurs during a significant emotional event, often triggered by a lightning storm. But your situation, Harry, is not typical. Because of Fawkes. Dumbledore stopped pacing. His eyebrows rose. I'm not thick, Professor. You said phoenix tears. My blood. Fawkes cried into my arm in the chamber. And tonight I woke up on fire and I felt wings. I felt wings. Harry's voice cracked. Not from sadness. From the sheer overwhelming impossibility of what he was saying. I'm not turning into a deer like my dad. Am I? No, Dumbledore said. You are not. Silence. The blue flames in the fireplace crackled softly. A phoenix, Harry said flatly. Yes. My Animagus form is a phoenix. To my knowledge, it has never happened before. Phoenix animagi are theoretical, discussed in the literature as an impossibility because the phoenix is not a natural creature in the way a stag or a cat or a rat is. Phoenixes are beings of pure magical energy, they exist outside the normal taxonomy of animals. For a human to carry a phoenix form within them would require a direct infusion of phoenix essence into their magical core. Which is precisely what happened when Fox tears hit my blood. When Fox tears entered an open wound inflicted by a basilisk fang, one of the most magically potent venoms in existence, and interacted with blood that was already marked by ancient sacrificial magic. Dumbledore's voice was quiet now. The venom opened a channel. The tears filled it. Your mother's protection sealed it in. You have been carrying this possibility inside you since you were 12 years old, Harry. The Animagus process simply gave it a door to walk through. Harry stared at his glowing hands. Flexed his fingers. The light pulsed brighter. Can I control it? That, Dumbledore said, is what we are going to find out. Breakfast the next morning was an exercise in pretending everything was normal while absolutely nothing was normal. The Great Hall was buzzing. Not the usual morning buzz of sleepy teenagers shoveling toast into their faces while pretending they'd done their homework. This was the charged, electric buzz of gossip, the kind that ran through a school like wildfire when something genuinely insane had happened and nobody had all the facts yet. Everyone had heard the windows shatter. Half the castle had heard the sound, that rising, crystalline note that had vibrated through stone and bone alike. The Gryffindor common room had been evacuated at 3 a.m., students herded into the Great Hall in their pajamas by a prefect system that was, for once, actually useful. They'd been told there was a magical incident and that everything was under control. Nobody believed it for a second. Harry walked in 20 minutes late, wearing borrowed robes because his were ash, and the hall didn't go quiet so much as it shifted. Conversations redirected. Heads turned. The ambient magical tension in the room ticked up a notch, like a barometer before a storm. He kept his head down. Walked to the Gryffindor table. Sat between Ron and Hermione, who had clearly been saving the seat with the kind of aggressive territorial energy usually reserved for mother bears and parking disputes. "Morning," Harry said. "Morning," Ron said, too casually, buttering a piece of toast with the careful attention of a man performing surgery. "Sleep well?" "Ron. Because I slept great. Really well. Nothing weird happened. Nobody set anything on fire. Completely normal night." "Ron. Bit warm in the dorm, though. Something about a massive wall of golden fire where your bed used TOB, but other than that, would you keep your voice down?" Hermione hissed, smacking Ron's arm. Ron shut up, but his eyes were searching Harry's face with an intensity that had nothing to do with humor. He was checking. Making sure Harry was okay. The joke was a delivery mechanism for genuine concern, and Harry loved him for it. "I'm okay," Harry said quietly. "I promise." Dumbledore explained, "Some of it. I'll tell you both everything, but not here." Hermione nodded. She had her "I have 700 questions and I'm organizing them by priority" face on, and her hand was twitching toward the bag at her feet, which probably contained 14 books she'd already pulled from the library between 4 a.m. and breakfast. "Tonight?" she asked. "Tonight. Room of requirement." "I'll bring sandwiches," Ron said, returning to his toast. Then, quieter, leaning close, "You sure you're all right, mate? Not just saying that?" Harry looked at his hands under the table. The glow was gone, or at least, he'd figured out how to push it down, like holding his breath but with his whole body. It was there, though. He could feel it. A banked coal in his chest, warm and patient and alive. "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "I don't think I'm anything right now. But I'm working on it." Ron nodded. Didn't push. Just nudged a plate of bacon toward Harry and said, "Eat. Whatever's happening, you shouldn't face it on an empty stomach. God bless Ron Weasley. Honestly. The rest of the day was a masterclass in how many people can stare at you before you want to crawl out of your own skin. Harry had dealt with stares before. He was the boy who lived. The kid with the scar. The one who'd fought Voldemort in a graveyard and come back telling tales that half the wizarding world refused to believe. He was used to being looked at. This was different. The Gryffindors who'd been in a common room during the evacuation were whispering to their friends. Their friends were whispering to their friends. By lunch, the story had mutated through the standard Hogwarts rumor mill. Harry had dueled a Death Eater who'd broken into the tower. Harry had been possessed by Voldemort. Harry had tried to summon a demon. Harry had spontaneously combusted. This one was, technically, the closest to the truth. Lavender Brown told Parvati Patil that Harry's eyes had turned gold. Parvati told Padma, who told Michael Corner, who told Terry Boot, who told anyone who would listen. By dinner, the Ravenclaw table was running a sweepstake on what had actually happened, with Secret Dragon Heritage leading at 3-1 odds. Harry sat through potions trying not to set his cauldron on fire. This was not a metaphor. Slughorn's classroom was full of volatile ingredients, and Harry could feel his magic responding to the heat of the flames under the cauldrons, reaching toward them like a hand toward a friend's outstretched fingers. He gripped his stirring rod and breathed and focused and managed to get through a perfectly mediocre draft of living death without incinerating anything. Slughorn patted his shoulder afterward and said, "Good effort, boy, good effort," and Harry's shirt started smoking where Slughorn's hand had been. He excused himself to the bathroom and spent 10 minutes standing with his palms pressed against the cold stone wall, breathing slowly, willing the heat down. "Control it," Dumbledore had said. "The fire is part of you, not something happening to you. You are not its victim. You are its home." Easy for him to say. He wasn't the one whose herbology textbook had spontaneously caught fire during Sprout's lecture on venomous tentaculi. Harry had stamped it out before anyone noticed, but the pages on Chapter 7 were gone, and Hermione had given him a look that said she absolutely had noticed and was adding it to her ever-expanding mental file of things to research. By afternoon, Harry was exhausted. Not the normal kind of tired, a deep, bone-level fatigue, like he'd been running for hours. The fire inside him was constant, a low hum of energy that required constant attention to suppress. It was like trying to hold a door closed against a hurricane. You could do it, but it took everything you had, and the second you relaxed, even for an instant, the wind was right there waiting. He skipped dinner. Couldn't face the Great Hall again, couldn't face the stares and the whispers and the specific way Malfoy kept watching him from the Slytherin table, not with the usual sneering contempt, but with something sharper. Something almost like fear. Instead, Harry went to the Owlery. It was cold up there. October in Scotland meant the wind had teeth, and the Owlery was essentially an open tower with holes in the walls for the owls to fly through. The cold felt good. It pushed against the heat inside him, and for the first time all day, Harry felt like the balance was manageable. Like he could hold the fire at arm's length and still breathe. He sat on the floor with his back against the wall, surrounded by the soft rustling of owls and the faint smell of straw and feathers, and he closed his eyes, and he let himself feel it. The Phoenix. It was there. Not separate from him, not a passenger or a parasite, but a part of him, woven into his magical core like a thread in a tapestry. When he stopped fighting it and just listened, he could feel its shape. Wings folded against ribs that were also his ribs. A heartbeat, no, his heartbeat, running slightly too fast, slightly too hot, pulsing with something that was both ancient and brand new. And God, it was beautiful. That was the thing nobody had told him about. Not Dumbledore with his careful explanations, not McGonagall with her tight-lipped concern. Nobody had mentioned that carrying a phoenix inside you felt like standing in sunlight after years underground. Like hearing music after a lifetime of silence. It was warmth and light and a fierce, burning joy that made him want to laugh and cry at the same time. For a moment, just a moment, Harry let go. The fire bloomed from his hands. Golden flames that danced across his fingers like water, that licked up his wrists and forearms without burning, that cast swirling patterns of light across the stone walls of the Olary. The owls didn't flee. They watched, heads tilted, eyes bright and curious, and one brave little Scops owl actually fluttered down to a perch 3 feet away and studied the flames with something Harry could have sworn was professional interest. He laughed. A real laugh, startled out of him, and the flames brightened in response, pulsing with his mood like a visual heartbeat. "Ha," said a voice from the doorway. "So that's what that looks like." Harry's hands snapped shut. The fire went out. He scrambled to his feet, heart hammering, and Ginny Weasley was leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, one eyebrow raised, and a look on her face that was approximately 0% scared and approximately 100% interested. "Don't stop on my account," she said. "That was incredible." How long have you been standing there?" "Long enough to see you set your own hands on fire and then giggle about it." She pushed off the doorframe and walked into the Olary like she owned it, her boots crunching on the straw. "The whole school's going mental, by the way. Seamus told anyone who'd listen that you went nuclear, direct quote, and now there's a petition on the Hufflepuff notice board to have you tested for dragon blood." "Brilliant. That's just brilliant." "I thought so." She sat down next to him. Not across from him, not at a careful distance, next to him, shoulder to shoulder, like the fact that he'd been producing magical fire from his bare hands 30 seconds ago was entirely irrelevant to her seating choices. Harry sat down too, slowly. The heat was still there, pushed down but present, and he could feel it reacting to his proximity to another person, not dangerously, but differently. Warmer. More alert. "You're not afraid," he said. "Not a question." Ginny looked at him sideways. "Of you?" "Harry, I watched you kill a basilisk when you were 12. I've seen you face Voldemort. I was in the Department of Mysteries when everything went sideways. If a bit of fire was going to scare me off, I'd have been gone a long time ago. It's not a bit of fire. I don't even fully understand what it is yet. Dumbledore says I'm a Phoenix Animagus, but not a normal one. The fire is always on, Ginny. I can't turn it off. I can hold it in, but it's always there, and if I slip, if I lose focus for even a second, then what? You'll burn someone." "I burned my bed. I shattered every window in the tower." If Ron had been standing closer, but he wasn't. But he could have been. Ginny was quiet for a moment. The wind whistled through the Olary, carrying the distant smell of the lake and the forest. "You know what I think about," she said eventually. "I think about how I was 11 years old and a piece of Voldemort's soul was living inside my diary, whispering to me, using me, and I didn't tell anyone. For an entire year. Because I was ashamed, and because I was scared that if people knew what was inside me, they'd be afraid of me." She paused. "Sound familiar?" Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. "The thing inside me was dark," Ginny said. "Poisonous. It wanted to hurt people, and it used me to do it. The thing inside you isn't dark, Harry. I saw it just now. You were laughing. It was golden and gorgeous and the owls loved it. That's not something to be afraid of. That's something to figure out." She said it so simply. So matter-of-factly. Like the solution to, "I'm carrying a force of cosmic destruction in my chest," was just, well, work on it then, and honestly, hearing her say it, in that specific tone, with that specific look on her face. It didn't fix anything. The fire was still there. The fear was still there. Tomorrow he'd still have to walk into the Great Hall and face the stairs and survive another day of holding the door against the hurricane. But sitting in the cold Olary with Ginny Weasley's shoulder pressed against his, watching a small brave owl tilt its head at the fading glow in his hands, Harry felt, for the first time since he'd woken up burning, like maybe he could do this. Maybe he could figure it out. If he wasn't alone. He told Ron and Hermione everything that night. Room of requirement, configured as a comfortable sitting room with, at Harry's somewhat sheepish request, fireproof walls. Ron had indeed brought sandwiches, an entire basket raided from the kitchens with Dobby's enthusiastic assistance, along with 3 bottles of butterbeer and a treacle tart that Ron presented with the gravity of a peace offering. Right, Ron said, settling into an armchair with his legs over one arm because Ron Weasley had never sat in a chair correctly in his life. Start from the beginning. And I mean the actual beginning, not the "I woke up on fire" beginning. I want the whole thing. So Harry told them. The journal, his father's Animagus journal, found in the restricted section, the handwriting unmistakable because Harry had spent hours comparing it to the notes in his father's old textbooks. The decision to try the Animagus transformation, fueled by grief and loneliness and a desperate need to feel connected to the family he'd lost. Hermione's expression cycled through several phases during this part: shock that he'd attempted something so dangerous without telling them, hurt that he'd hidden it, intellectual fascination at the methodology, and a brief detour through fury when Harry mentioned he'd brewed the Animagus potion in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. "You brewed an illegal, highly volatile, identity-altering potion in a bathroom," she said, in the specific tone of someone reaching the outer limits of their patience. "It worked, didn't it? It set you on fire, Harry." "Yeah, but, okay, fair point." He told them about Dumbledore's explanation. The Phoenix Tears. The basilisk venom opening a channel, the tears filling it, the protection magic sealing it in. The unprecedented nature of his Animagus form, not a learned skill but an inherent part of his magical identity, activated by the transformation process but always present, always waiting. Ron ate a sandwich in thoughtful silence during this part, chewing slowly, his brow furrowed in that way it got when he was processing something complicated and didn't want anyone to know he was processing something complicated. Hermione, predictably, had books. "I've been reading since 4 this morning," she said, pulling a stack from her bag that would have given a librarian a hernia. There is 0 documented cases of a Phoenix Animagus in the entire history of magical literature. 0. The closest reference I found was in Falco Essalon's original treatise on Animagus theory, where he mentions that certain transcendent magical creatures, being expressions of pure magical force rather than biological entities, cannot serve as Animagus forms for the simple reason that no human magical core possesses the capacity to contain such essence. He specifically names phoenixes, basilisks, and thunderbirds. "Well, he was wrong," Harry said. "He wasn't wrong, Harry. Under normal circumstances, he's absolutely correct. What happened to you wasn't normal. The basilisk venom essentially rewrote part of your magical core, and Fawkes' tears filled the rewritten space. You're not an Animagus in the traditional sense. You're something entirely new." She paused, chewing her lip. "I'm calling it a chimeric integration until I come up with a better term. Your magical core has been permanently fused with Phoenix essence." "That sounds terrifying," Ron observed. "It is terrifying. The amount of energy contained in a phoenix's regenerative cycle is theoretically infinite, it's a perpetual loop of creation and destruction, death and rebirth. Harry's core is now tapping into that loop. Which explains the heat, the emotional volatility, the spontaneous combustion. And the bit where he sounded like a singing sword made of glass and light?" Ron asked. "Phoenix Song," Hermione said quietly. "The most powerful form of magical vocalization known to exist. It can inspire hope, induce terror, shatter enchantments, and, according to one source I found, break curses." She looked at Harry. "Your phoenix cry shattered every window in the tower. Those windows have been enchanted since the school was founded. Over 1,000 years of accumulated protective magic, and your voice went through them like they were tissue paper." The room was quiet. "So," Ron said eventually, putting down his sandwich. "My best mate is basically a walking magical weapon." "That's reductive," Hermione started. "A walking magical weapon who can sing things to death and set buildings on fire with his feelings." Ron looked at Harry. "Am I wrong?" Harry shook his head. Cool, Ron said. Cool, cool, cool. He picked the sandwich back up. So. What are we gonna do about it? We. Not you. Not, what are you going to do? We. The three of them. Together. Like always. The fire in Harry's chest pulsed, and for once, it didn't feel like a threat. It felt like warmth. Dumbledore wants to train me, Harry said. Private lessons, separate from the ones we've already been doing about Voldemort's past. He wants me to learn control, how to transform voluntarily, how to manage the fire, how to use it without losing myself in it. And you trust him? Hermione asked. Not confrontationally, genuinely. Harry thought about Dumbledore's smile. That small, complicated, tired smile when he'd walked into the destroyed dormitory. Ah. So it's happened. I trust that he knows more about this than anyone else alive, Harry said carefully. Whether I trust his reasons, ask me again in a month. Hermione nodded. She'd caught the distinction, because of course she had. Ron hadn't, but he didn't need to. Ron operated on instinct where people were concerned, and his instinct was simple: stay close to Harry, keep him grounded, and punch anything that needed punching. I'm going to research everything I can find, Hermione said, already organizing her books into subcategories only she understood. Phoenix lore, Animagus theory, magical core manipulation, historical accounts of Phoenix-human interactions. If there's a precedent for this, even a hint of one, I'll find it. And I'll make sure he eats and sleeps and doesn't accidentally burn down the school, Ron said. Someone's got to be the responsible one. Harry stared at him. You're the responsible one. Between the walking bonfire and the girl who thinks sleep is optional when there's a library. Yeah, mate. I'm the responsible one. Terrifying, isn't it? Harry laughed. Actually laughed, the real kind, the kind that started in his belly and worked its way up, and the fire in his chest surged with it, not dangerously, just happily, like a dog wagging its tail, and the temperature in the room of requirement went up by about 5 degrees. Ron felt it. Looked at the walls. Looked at Harry. Did you just warm up the room? With your mood? Maybe. Wicked. Ron grinned. Save us a fortune on heating charms. The first training session with Dumbledore happened 3 days later, in a cleared space on the grounds near the lake, far from any buildings or trees. Far from anything flammable. It was early morning, barely past dawn, the sky that specific shade of grey-blue that Scotland specialized in during October, the air cold enough to make your lungs sting. Harry was wearing the loose cotton clothes again. His regular robes had been enchanted with fire resistance charms by Hermione, but Dumbledore suggested keeping them in reserve until they'd established what Harry's fire could actually do. Dumbledore stood 20 paces away, wrapped in a thick cloak, looking perfectly comfortable in the pre-dawn chill, and holding his wand loosely at his side. The Animagus transformation, he began, typically requires intense concentration, a clear mental image of the animal form, and a deliberate channeling of magical energy. For most animagi, this is a learned process, difficult, exhausting, requiring months or years of practice before the first full transformation becomes achievable. But mine happened involuntarily, Harry said. In your sleep, yes. Triggered by emotional distress. Which tells us something important: your phoenix form is not behind a locked door that you need a key to open. It's behind a door that's already open, and you've been unconsciously holding it closed. What we need to practice is not how to transform, but how to choose when to transform. Control, not capability. Okay. Harry rolled his shoulders, trying to loosen the tension. So what do I do? I want you to transform. Fully. Voluntarily, deliberately, right now. Harry blinked. Just like that. Just like that. The theory is simple, Harry. Your phoenix form is already awake. It's been awake since Thursday night. You can feel it right now, can't you? Harry could. The fire in his chest, the warmth in his blood, the sense of wings folded against his back like a phantom limb. Yeah. Then let it out. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about what it had felt like in the dormitory, the explosion, the terror, the loss of control. He didn't want that. He wanted something deliberate. Something chosen. He reached inside himself, past the fear, past the memories of scorched stone and shattered glass, and found the fire. It was waiting for him. Patient. Almost gentle. Hello, Harry thought, feeling ridiculous. The fire pulsed. Okay. Let's try this. He let go. It wasn't an explosion this time. It was an expansion, a rushing, soaring feeling, like jumping off a cliff and discovering you could fly. His body didn't change so much as reinterpret itself, bones shifting, lightening, hollowing, skin becoming feathers that were also flame, his vision suddenly razor-sharp, the world snapping into focus with a clarity that made his normal human eyesight feel like looking through frosted glass. The heat was enormous. It poured off him in waves, melting the frost on the grass in a widening circle, sending plumes of steam into the cold air. The ground beneath his talons, he had talons, golden and sharp and gripping the scorched earth, crackled and blackened. Harry spread his wings. They were massive. 12 feet, maybe more, trailing fire along their edges like a cape made of sunset. Gold and crimson and that nameless white-hot color at the center, the one that hurt to look at, the one that was older than language and hotter than stars. He opened his beak and the phoenix song came out, not the uncontrolled scream of Thursday night but something intentional, a single, sustained note that rang across the grounds like a bell, pure and clear and impossibly, achingly beautiful. On the other side of the lake, the giant squid surfaced to listen. In the castle, people stopped what they were doing and looked toward the windows without knowing why. In the Ollery, every owl went completely still. Harry, the phoenix that was Harry, looked down at Dumbledore from a height of 4 feet, burning feathers drifting like snow, and thought, oh. Oh, this is who I am. Dumbledore looked up at him with those ancient blue eyes, and there was wonder on his face, genuine wonder, the kind that even 150 years of life couldn't make routine. Magnificent, he whispered. Then, louder, now, Harry. Come back. Coming back was harder. The phoenix didn't want to come back. It wanted to fly, up, out, into the gray October sky where the air was thin and cold and nothing could touch it. It wanted to burn, to pour itself out across the world in a wave of golden fire, to sing until every dark thing in every shadow turned to ash. Harry understood, distantly, that this was the danger. Not that the phoenix was evil or hostile, it wasn't. It was joyful. Ecstatic. Free. And that freedom was seductive in a way that darkness never could be, because darkness made you afraid and you could fight fear, but joy. Joy made you want to let go. No, Harry thought. Not yet. Come back. The phoenix resisted. Not aggressively, more like a child being told to come inside when it was still light out. But it's nice out here. But I want to stay. I know. But they're waiting for me. Ron. Hermione. Ginny. The faces behind his human eyes, the anchors that kept him tethered to the ground when the sky called. The transformation reversed. Painfully this time, feathers compressing back into skin, wings folding into arms, talons becoming feet that stood on blistered, blackened earth. Harry staggered, caught himself, and stood there panting, human again, steam rising from his body like a kettle. Good, Dumbledore said. Very good. How did that feel? Like, Harry struggled for words. Like being drunk. But on everything. On being alive. It's so much, Professor. Everything's so intense. I could see individual blades of grass from 20 feet up. I could feel the magic in the castle walls. And the fire, it wanted to go everywhere. Not to destroy things, just to be. That is the nature of phoenix fire. It is not destructive by intent, it is destructive by existence. A phoenix burns because that is its fundamental state. The challenge for you, Harry, is not learning to burn. You can already burn. The challenge is learning to burn precisely. He said it with the calm certainty of a man outlining a curriculum, and somewhere in the back of Harry's mind, a small voice whispered, "He's been planning this. He's been planning this for a long time." Harry filed that thought away. He'd come back to it. Again, Dumbledore said. They practiced for 2 hours. Transform, hold, return. Transform, hold, return. Each time, Harry got a little faster at the shift, a little better at pulling himself back. The area around them was devastated, grass scorched in concentric rings, frost melted in a 40-foot radius, the air shimmering with heat haze. A pair of thestrals had wandered over from the forest edge to watch, their leathery wings folded, their white eyes reflecting the golden light. By the end, Harry could transform and hold the phoenix form for 3 minutes while maintaining human thought, not just instinct, not just fire joy, but him, Harry, behind the burning eyes. It wasn't control. Not yet. But it was a start. The weeks that followed were a blur. Training with Dumbledore 3 mornings a week, always at dawn, always away from the castle. Regular lessons during the day where Harry had to consciously suppress the fire every single second, which was like trying to write an essay while running a marathon, technically possible but absolutely exhausting. Evenings split between homework, DA meetings, which had taken on a new urgency since everyone had heard the rumors, and long sessions in the room of requirement where Hermione lectured him and Ron about phoenix biology while Ron made increasingly creative sandwich combinations. Harry's control improved. Slowly. Painfully. With setbacks. He melted a cauldron in potions. Slughorn was delighted, extraordinary magical output, boy. Extraordinary. And gave Harry full marks for the ruined assignment, which was so unfair that even Harry felt guilty about it. He set a tapestry on fire during a particularly frustrating transfiguration class when his teapot refused to become a tortoise. McGonagall put it out with a flick of her wand and a look that said, "I understand, but please stop burning my classroom." He cracked a window in defense against the dark arts when Snape, because of course Snape was still technically involved even while teaching defense this year, made a comment about Harry's theatrical need for attention, and the fire surged so hard that Harry's eyes glowed gold for a solid 30 seconds while the temperature in the room climbed 20 degrees. Snape had gone very pale. Not with fear, exactly, Snape didn't really do fear, but with the expression of a man who had just realized that the annoying teenager he'd been tormenting for 6 years could now, theoretically, set him on fire with a strong emotion. The comment had not been repeated. And through it all, the staring continued. The whispers. The careful distance that most students maintained when passing Harry in the corridor, giving him an extra 3 feet of space, as if he might spontaneously combust at any moment. Which, to be fair, he might. The Gryffindors adapted fastest, because Gryffindors treated danger like a spectator sport. Within 2 weeks, Dean had started a notebook of times Harry accidentally set something on fire, current count, 17. Seamus had declared himself the official fireproof best friend candidate, on the grounds that his own history of explosions gave him relevant experience, and Neville had quietly started growing a collection of fire-resistant plants around Harry's new bed, the replacement, charmed by Flitwick with every fireproofing enchantment known to wizard kind. The Ravenclaws treated it as an academic curiosity. The Hufflepuffs were cautiously supportive in that specific Hufflepuff way that involved sending Harry baked goods and concerned notes. The Slytherins watched. Malfoy, in particular, watched, and Harry was too busy trying not to set things on fire to figure out why Malfoy's watching felt different now, less hostile and more calculating. Ginny didn't change at all. That was the thing. Everyone else adjusted their behavior around Harry, giving him space, treating him differently, walking on eggshells. Ginny just didn't. She sat next to him at meals. Walked with him between classes. Showed up at the Ollery most evenings because she'd figured out that he went there when the fire got too much and the cold air helped. She didn't ask him to perform. Didn't ask to see the phoenix. Didn't treat him like a curiosity or a weapon or a cautionary tale. She just sat with him. Talked about Quidditch and homework and the truly unhinged drama happening between two fourth-year Ravenclaws. Normal things. Human things. One evening, in the Ollery, with the wind howling through the window holes and a Scops owl sitting on Harry's knee, the same one from before, it had adopted him, apparently, Ginny said something that stuck. "You know what I like about you?" Harry blinked. "My sparkling personality. Your ability to be terrified and still show up." She was looking out at the darkening sky, her hair catching the last of the daylight. "Everyone talks about you being brave, but that's not it. Brave people aren't scared. You're scared all the time, I can see it. But you show up anyway. Every morning. Every class. Every training session." She paused. "That's not bravery. That's something better." "What's better than bravery?" "Stubbornness." Harry laughed, surprised, genuine, and the Scops owl hooted in protest at the noise. "I'm serious," Ginny said, grinning. "You're the most stubborn person I've ever met, and I grew up with Fred and George. You've got this impossible, terrifying thing happening to you, and your response isn't to run away or hide or give up. Your response is to wake up at 5 a.m. and practice in the freezing cold until you get it right. That's not a hero thing. That's a too annoyed to quit thing." "Too annoyed to quit," Harry repeated. "Put it on my tombstone." "Nah." Her grin softened into something warmer. "Too stubborn to burn out." And she bumped her shoulder against his, and the fire in his chest did something it had never done before. Instead of surging, instead of pushing outward, it settled. Like a restless thing finding a comfortable position. Like coming home. Harry didn't say anything. Didn't need to. The owl on his knee fluffed its feathers and went to sleep, and the wind sang through the stone, and for a few minutes, the fire was just warmth. November brought rain, and with rain came the first real test. A Quidditch match. Gryffindor versus Slytherin, because of course it was, because the universe had a flair for the dramatic and couldn't resist putting Harry on a broomstick in front of the entire school 6 weeks after he'd nearly burned down a tower. The question of whether Harry should play had been debated extensively. McGonagall was against it. "The risk is too great, Potter." Ron was for it. "He needs something normal, Professor, or he's going to lose his mind." Hermione was on the fence. "I've calculated a 17% probability of heat-related incident during high-stress competitive flying." Ginny had settled it by saying, "If you don't let him play, he'll sneak onto the pitch anyway. At least this way there's a plan." The plan was, Hermione in the stands with a cooling charm locked and loaded, Ron as keeper with strict instructions to watch Harry's temperature. He could gauge it by the shimmer around Harry's body, visible from about 30 feet in good light, and a fireproof coating on Harry's firebolt applied by Flitwick himself. Harry stood in the changing room, gripping his broom, breathing. In. Out. In. Out. The fire was restless. It always was before competition, something about the adrenaline, the anticipation, the specific cocktail of excitement and nerves that accompanied stepping onto a Quidditch pitch. Harry could feel it pressing against his sternum, a warm hand pushing from inside, wanting out. "Not now," he told it. "Behave." The fire pulsed. Not aggressively. More like a cheeky grin. "All right," Harry said to his team. "Let's keep it clean. Or at least let's keep it not on fire. That's the bar we're clearing today." "Inspirational," said Katie Bell dryly. They walked out onto the pitch, and the roar of the crowd hit Harry like a physical force. Hundreds of students, staff, visiting parents, all watching, all aware that this wasn't just a Quidditch match, that the Gryffindor Seeker was carrying something volatile and magnificent inside him, and the combination of sport and spectacle had drawn the biggest crowd in years. The Slytherin team was already in the air. Malfoy, across the pitch, met Harry's eyes for a long second. There was still that look, that calculating, almost fearful awareness, but overlaid with competitive determination. Whatever else was going on, Malfoy still wanted to catch the snitch. Good. Harry wanted normal. Normal was good. Madam Hooch blew the whistle. 14 brooms shot into the air. For 35 minutes, it was just Quidditch. Beautiful, brutal, uncomplicated Quidditch. The rain had stopped, but the air was cold and heavy with moisture, and Harry flew through it like a knife, his glasses charmed against fog, his eyes scanning the grey sky for a flicker of gold. The fire behaved. It simmered, content, warming Harry against the cold in a way that was actually useful for once. He could feel his fingers and toes when other players were going numb, could react faster because his muscles weren't stiffened by the chill. A small advantage, but a real one. Gryffindor was up 40 points when it happened. A bludger caught Harry in the ribs. Not a clean hit, a grazing blow, enough to send pain shooting through his side and wrench a grunt from his throat, but not enough to knock him off his broom. Any other day, he'd have cursed, recovered, and moved on. But the pain spiked, and the spike hit the fire like a match hitting gunpowder. Harry's body flared. Golden light erupted from his skin so suddenly that every player in a 50-foot radius pulled up hard, brooms veering away on instinct. The handle of his firebolt began to glow, not the fireproofing failing, just the sheer heat of him bleeding through. The air around him shimmered violently, like looking at a road on the hottest day of summer, and Harry could feel the transformation pulling at him, the phoenix wanting out, wanting to protect him, wanting to replace fragile human flesh with fire and feather. No, Harry thought desperately. Not here. Not with everyone watching. He grabbed the fire with everything he had. Squeezed. It was like trying to hold a handful of live coals. You could do it, but it cost you 3 seconds. The glow faded. The heat dropped. Harry gasped, blinked, and saw the snitch. It was hovering 30 feet below him, just above the pitch surface, flickering in and out of visibility against the dark grass. Without thinking, without planning, Harry dove. The dive was vertical. Straight down, gravity and broom speed combining into something that turned the world into a blur of gray and green, wind shrieking in his ears, the fire in his chest screaming with exhilaration because speed and falling, and this was what the phoenix understood, this was flying, this was, he pulled up a foot from the ground. His fingers closed around the snitch. The crowd exploded. Harry landed, dismounted, and immediately sat down on the wet grass because his legs were shaking and the fire was doing cartwheels inside his ribcage, and he was pretty sure that if he stayed standing, he would either faint or accidentally set the goalposts on fire. Ron slammed into him like a freight train made of enthusiasm. You absolute madman. That dive, did you see Malfoy's face? He looked like he'd swallowed a lemon, a whole lemon. Harry, Ron, I can't breathe, sorry, Ron released him, grinning so wide it looked painful. But seriously. That was the best catch I've ever seen. Even Wood would have cried, and Wood cries at everything. The team descended, and then the Gryffindor section descended, and Harry was engulfed in a sea of red and gold that was, for once, entirely metaphorical. He looked through the crowd and found Ginny, standing at the edge, not rushing in but watching him with an expression that was warm and amused and something else, pride, maybe, but the quiet kind, the kind that didn't need to shout. She mouthed 2 words, too stubborn. Harry grinned. The fire settled, warm and content, and finally quiet. 3 days after the Quidditch match, Dumbledore asked Harry to stay after their regular lesson. Not the dawn training sessions, the other lessons, the ones they'd been doing all year, where Dumbledore showed Harry memories of Tom Riddle's past. The ones about Horcruxes. Harry had just watched a memory of Riddle asking Slughorn about splitting the soul 7 times, and he was sitting in Dumbledore's office feeling the specific kind of nauseated that came from prolonged exposure to Voldemort's psychology, when Dumbledore said, "There is something else I must tell you, Harry. Something I have been waiting to share until I felt you were ready." The tone was different. The twinkle was gone from his eyes. Fawkes, on his perch, was watching Harry with an intensity that felt deliberate. "I have identified, with reasonable certainty, the locations of all 7 of Voldemort's Horcruxes," Dumbledore said. "2 have been destroyed, the diary and the ring. The others remain. The locket. The cup. Something of Ravenclaw's, I believe. His snake. And—" He paused. "And one more," Harry said. "You said there were 7 pieces. 6 Horcruxes plus the piece in his body. That's 7. 6 Horcruxes plus the piece in his body would be 7, yes. But Tom Riddle was obsessed with the number 7. 6 Horcruxes leaves only 6 containers plus himself, 7 total. He would have considered this complete." Dumbledore folded his hands. "There is, however, an additional Horcrux I have identified that I do not believe Voldemort created intentionally." Something cold moved through Harry's stomach. He wasn't sure why. Just instinct. "Where is it?" "In the Forbidden Forest." The fire in Harry's chest reacted. Not a surge, a sharpening. Like a hunting dog catching a scent. "Voldemort was fascinated by Hogwarts," Dumbledore continued. "He considered it his first real home, his only true home. He hid the diadem here, we will address that separately. But I believe, during one of his visits to the castle after his first rise to power, he also hid a Horcrux in the Forbidden Forest. The forest is ancient, deeply magical, and almost impossible to search thoroughly. The perfect hiding place. What is it? The Horcrux itself? That, I do not know. Nor do I know its precise location. What I know is that since Voldemort's return, the forest has been changing. The centaurs have grown hostile. Dark creatures are multiplying. Acromantulas expanding their territory. There is a corruption spreading through the forest like an infection, and the signature, when I've managed to detect it, matches the magical resonance of the other Horcruxes I've examined." Dumbledore rose and moved to the window, looking out at the dark mass of the Forbidden Forest under the October stars. "The forest's own ancient magic is interfering with any attempt to locate the Horcrux precisely. It shifts, hides, redirects, as if the forest itself is being used as camouflage. I have sent Hagrid, Firenze, and several Order members into the forest over the past year. None have been able to find it. Traditional detection methods fail. Targeted destruction is impossible when you cannot find the target." Harry felt where this was going. The fire in his chest felt it too. It was leaning forward, attentive, almost eager. "But Phoenix Fire isn't targeted, is it?" Harry said slowly. "It doesn't need to find the Horcrux. It doesn't need to be precise. If it touches everything." Dumbledore turned from the window. His face was in shadow. "Phoenix Fire is one of the few forces in the magical world capable of destroying the Horcrux," he said. "Your fire, Harry, the fire that lives inside you, carries the same essence as Fiend Fire but with a crucial difference. Fiend Fire is dark, chaotic, nearly impossible to control. Phoenix Fire is neither dark nor chaotic. It is a force of purification. It seeks out dark magic and burns it away. You're saying I could destroy the Horcrux. I'm saying you could destroy the Horcrux if you could reach it. And since we cannot find it within the forest." The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. He understood. He understood what Dumbledore was not quite saying, what the old man was laying out like pieces on a chessboard, waiting for Harry to see the pattern. To destroy a Horcrux hidden somewhere in an ancient, sprawling, magically shielded forest, a Horcrux that couldn't be found, couldn't be pinpointed, couldn't be targeted, you didn't need to find it. You needed to burn the whole thing down. "You've been planning this," Harry said. His voice was flat. Not angry, not yet, just flat, the emotional equivalent of a held breath. Since you found out about my Animagus form. Maybe before. You knew what I was becoming, and you've been, what? Guiding me toward this? Training me for this? Harry, you weren't surprised that night. In the dormitory. McGonagall was shocked, but you walked in and you smiled. You smiled, Professor. Because it was going according to plan. Fawkes trilled softly. A gentle sound. A calming sound. Harry didn't feel calm. I have not planned this in the sense you're implying, Dumbledore said carefully. I did not arrange for Fawkes' tears to enter your blood. I did not guide you to your father's journal. I did not trigger your transformation. But yes, I suspected. I hoped. And when it happened, I recognized the opportunity it presented. The opportunity. To destroy a Horcrux that we cannot otherwise reach. To bring us one step closer to ending Tom Riddle forever. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, and that gentleness was somehow worse than anger. I would not have asked this of you if there were another way. I have looked, Harry. Extensively. Fiend fire could burn the forest, but no wizard alive can control it well enough to prevent it from spreading across Scotland. Targeted curses can destroy a Horcrux, but only if you can touch it. The sword of Gryffindor requires physical contact. Basilisk venom, the same. Phoenix fire, Harry said. Can be controlled. By you. Because you are not just casting it, you are it. Dumbledore held his gaze. You could burn the forest and stop. You could burn precisely the area needed and no more. You could control the fire in a way that no external force could manage, because the fire is not a spell you're casting. It's your own body. Harry stared at the old man for a long time. The fire inside him was very still. Listening. I'm not saying yes, Harry said. I'm not saying no. I'm saying I need to think about it. And I'm saying that from this point forward, Professor, you tell me everything. No more waiting until I'm ready. No more guiding me toward conclusions. If there's information, I want it. All of it. Dumbledore nodded. Once. Slowly. That is fair. And I want to talk to my friends. Of course. And Professor? Harry stood up. The room was very warm. If I decide to do this, if I decide to burn that forest, it's my decision. Not yours. Not the Order's. Mine. You don't get to frame this as something I was always meant to do. This isn't destiny. It's a choice. Dumbledore looked at him. For a moment, the old man's mask slipped, and what Harry saw underneath wasn't the master manipulator or the benevolent grandfather figure. It was just a very old, very tired man who had been fighting this war for longer than Harry had been alive and was running out of options. You are very like your mother, Dumbledore said quietly. She too refused to be anyone's instrument. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he left. He walked through the castle corridors with his hands shoved in his pockets and his jaw set and the fire burning bright and hot in his chest, and he thought about a forest. An ancient, massive, sprawling forest. Home to centaurs and unicorns and thestrals and hippogriffs and botruckles and 1,000 other creatures that had lived there for centuries. A forest that had existed since before Hogwarts, that was woven into the magic of the land itself. And Dumbledore wanted him to burn it all. Not wanted. Needed him to. Because there was a piece of a murderer's soul hidden somewhere in those trees, and it was poisoning everything it touched, and no one else could reach it, and Harry was a phoenix. He stopped at a window and looked out at the forest. It was a dark mass under the moonlight, vast, silent, ancient. From here, it looked peaceful. You couldn't see the corruption, the darkening, the slow rot spreading outward from a hidden source. But Harry could feel it. Now that he knew what to look for, now that the fire in his chest had something to orient toward, He could feel the Horcrux like a splinter under the skin of the world. A wrongness. A sickness. A piece of death pretending to be alive. The phoenix fire responded to it. Not with anger, with purpose. Like recognizing its opposite. Like knowing what it was for. I was made to burn things like you, the fire seemed to say. That's what I'm for. Harry leaned his forehead against the cold glass and closed his eyes. I know, he whispered. I know. And somewhere deep in the forbidden forest, in a place no wizard could find and no spell could reach, a fragment of Voldemort's soul pulsed in the darkness, surrounded by trees that were slowly dying from its touch, and felt nothing. It wouldn't feel anything until the day the sky caught fire. But that day was coming. Chapter 2, The Weight of Ashes. Chapter 2, The Weight of Ashes. November came in like a fist. Not the gentle, poetic kind of November you read about in books, amber leaves drifting, cozy fires, all that rubbish. Scottish November was a bruiser. It showed up with horizontal rain, wind that could strip paint, and a sky the color of a week-old bruise that settled over Hogwarts like a lid on a coffin and didn't lift for weeks. Harry barely noticed. He was too busy trying not to explode. The fire had gotten worse. Or better, depending on your perspective. Since Dumbledore's revelation about the Horcrux in the forest, something had shifted inside Harry, like the phoenix fire had been given a direction, a purpose, and now that it knew where it was supposed to go, it was restless, pacing behind his ribs like a caged animal that could smell the open savanna. Control, which had been slowly improving through October, suddenly became a fight again. He scorched a bathroom mirror just by looking at it too hard after a bad dream. He left handprint burns on a library table during a study session with Hermione. She'd enchanted the table to repair itself before Madame Pants noticed, which was both impressive and slightly terrifying in its efficiency. Twice, in the middle of the night, he woke to find the dragonhide blanket smoking and the fireproofing charms on his bed frame glowing with the strain of doing their job. Ron started sleeping with a fire extinguisher under his bed. A Muggle one. He'd written to his dad, who'd sent it by owl post with a 12-page letter about the ingenious simplicity of Muggle fire suppression technology, and a postscript asking if Harry could set something on fire while Arthur watched, purely for research purposes. Absolutely not, Hermione had said. He's very enthusiastic, Ron had said. He wants to watch our friend combust, Ronald. For science. That's not, Muggles don't even call it, never mind. Harry, despite everything, had laughed. And the fire had surged, and the curtains nearest him had started smoking, and Ron had grabbed the fire extinguisher with the kind of gleeful purpose that suggested he'd been waiting for an excuse. The white foam hit Harry in the face. Ron! It worked, though. It had, technically, worked. The smoking stopped. Harry stood there dripping with chemical foam while Ron grinned like he'd won the house cup, and Hermione put her face in her hands and made a sound that was either laughing or crying or both. These were the good moments. The ones that felt almost normal, where the terror of what was happening and what was coming got buried under the weight of friendship and absurdity and the specific kind of love that made you spray your best mate with a fire extinguisher at midnight and call it problem solving. The bad moments were different. The first bad moment came on November 7th, in Dumbledore's office, when Hermione asked the question nobody else had been willing to ask. Harry had brought her and Ron. He'd told them everything, the Horcrux in the forest, Dumbledore's proposal, the implication that Harry might need to burn it all down. He'd told them in the room of requirement, at 2 a.m, with Ron's sandwiches going untouched for once because nobody was hungry. Ron had gone very quiet. The kind of quiet that meant he was processing something enormous and hadn't figured out how to feel about it yet. Hermione had gone very still. The kind of still that meant her brain was running at full speed and her body had shut down to conserve energy for the calculations happening behind her eyes. Then she'd said, I need to talk to Dumbledore. Directly. I have questions he needs to answer in front of all three of us. So here they were. Dumbledore behind his desk, Fawkes on his perch, the three of them in chairs that the room, no, the office, had provided. Hermione had a notebook. Ron had his arms crossed. Harry sat between them like a man at his own trial. "Professor," Hermione said, and her voice had that very specific quality it got when she was about to dismantle an argument, polite, precise, and absolutely merciless. "You've told Harry that the Horcrux in the Forbidden Forest cannot be located through conventional means. I'd like to understand exactly what you've tried, and exactly why each attempt failed, before we discuss the nuclear option." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly at nuclear option, but he inclined his head. "A fair request, Miss Granger. I shall be thorough." He was. Over the next 40 minutes, Dumbledore laid out every attempt the Order had made to find the Horcrux. Magical cartography failed because the forest's ancient wards scrambled detection spells like static on a radio. Centaur consultation, Firenze had confirmed the corruption, but the Centaur's methods of reading the forest were intuitive, not precise, and the Horcrux's magic actively evaded their perception. Direct search, Hagrid, Lupin, Tonks, and Moody had all entered the forest at various points, equipped with dark magic detectors. Every time, the signal moved. Shifted. Led them in circles. Voldemort did not simply hide the Horcrux in the forest, Dumbledore explained. He wove it into the forest's existing magical infrastructure. The forest's ley lines, its ancient protective enchantments, its natural magical ecosystem, he co-opted all of it as camouflage. The Horcrux does not sit in one place. It moves, carried by the forest's own currents, like a parasite riding the bloodstream of its host. "Then what about Fiendfire?" Ron asked. "You said it could destroy a Horcrux." Fiendfire could indeed destroy the Horcrux. It could also destroy Hogwarts, Hogsmeade, and a significant portion of the Scottish Highlands. No living wizard can control Fiendfire with sufficient precision to limit its scope. It is, by its nature, consumptive. It does not stop until there is nothing left to burn. "But Harry's fire is different," Hermione said. "Harry's fire is Phoenix fire. It shares Fiendfire's capacity to destroy objects imbued with dark magic, but it is fundamentally distinct in its behavior. Phoenix fire is not consumptive, it is purposeful. It burns what needs to burn and, in theory, can be directed by the will of the Phoenix." "In theory," Hermione repeated. "Harry's situation is unprecedented, Miss Granger. I can tell you what the literature says about Phoenix fire. I cannot tell you with certainty how Harry's unique chimeric nature will affect its behavior at scale." Hermione wrote something in her notebook. "From Harry's angle, it looked like unprecedented equals, he doesn't actually know, underlined 3 times. "Here's my question, Professor," Hermione said, looking up. "Have you considered targeted extraction? If the Horcrux moves through the forest's ley lines, could we disrupt the ley lines themselves? Force the Horcrux to surface? We could, in principle, sever the ley lines. This would require dismantling the forest's foundational magic, enchantments placed by the founders themselves, possibly older. The ecological and magical consequences would be catastrophic and unpredictable. More catastrophic than burning the entire forest down. Different. Burning the forest destroys the physical structure but leaves the magical foundation intact, the land itself can recover, regrow. Severing ley lines would damage the magical substrate permanently. Nothing would grow there again. Not for centuries." Hermione's pen stopped. She hadn't considered that. "What about containment?" she pressed. "Could we seal the forest, create a magical boundary that prevents the Horcrux from moving, then search sector by sector? The forest is approximately 50 square miles. The Horcrux's movement is not confined to defined paths, it can manifest anywhere within the forest's magical boundary. Even if we could contain it, a sector-by-sector search would take years. Years during which Voldemort's corruption continues to spread, dark creatures continue to multiply, and the risk of breach into Hogwarts itself grows." Hermione was quiet for a moment. Writing. Thinking. "What about luring it?" she tried. Creating a false ley line, a magical current that leads to a specific location, and trapping it there? Dumbledore tilted his head. That is, in fact, an approach I had not considered. It would require extraordinary precision in magical engineering, creating an artificial current strong enough to attract the Horcrux while mimicking the forest's natural magic closely enough not to trigger Voldemort's protections. Could it work? Possibly. The probability of success, however, would depend on variables we cannot predict. If the Horcrux detects the trap, and Voldemort's protections are sophisticated, it would likely retreat deeper into the forest and become even harder to track. We would get one attempt at most. Hermione looked at Harry. Her eyes said, one attempt, and if it fails, we're back to square one. Or worse. I want to try, she said. Before Harry has to consider the other option, I want to try everything else first. Give me time. Let me research, design the trap, work out the mathematics. If it fails, then we'll talk about the forest. Dumbledore looked at her for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry. Harry? Harry had been silent through all of this. Listening. Feeling the fire in his chest, which had been leaning toward the window the entire time, toward the forest, toward the corruption it could sense in the distance like a toothache in the landscape. Hermione gets her shot, Harry said. We do this her way first. But Professor, if it doesn't work, I need to know everything about what the burning would involve. Scale, risk, preparation, consequences. Everything. I'm not making that decision blind. Agreed, Dumbledore said. They left. In the corridor outside, Ron finally spoke. 50 square miles, he said quietly. That's a lot of forest. Yeah, Harry said. Lot of creatures in there. Unicorns. Centaurs. Hagrid spiders. Thestrals. Yeah. Ron was quiet for another few steps. We'd have to move them all. Before. If it comes to that. Not if you do it. Not if Harry does it. If it comes to that. Like it was weather. Like it was something that would happen to all of them together. Yeah, Harry said. We would. Hermione didn't say anything. She was already walking faster, heading for the library, her notebook clutched to her chest like a shield. She had work to do. Hermione threw herself into the research with the specific kind of intensity that, in anyone else, would be called obsession but in Hermione was simply called Tuesday. She commandeered a corner of the library, a literal corner, the one between the restricted section entrance and the window overlooking the courtyard, where she built a fortress of books, scrolls, and charts that grew daily until Madame Pant started leaving passive-aggressive notes about shared spaces that Hermione ignored with the serene confidence of someone who knew they'd return every book in perfect condition. The plan was ambitious. Hermione was designing what she called a ley line shunt, a series of runic arrays that, if placed correctly, would create an artificial magical current through the forest, one that mimicked the natural flow closely enough to fool the Horcrux's protective enchantments but redirected toward a single convergence point where the Horcrux could be trapped and destroyed. The theory was sound. The mathematics were, according to Hermione, elegant. The practical challenges were enormous. She needed runic configurations that didn't exist in any standard textbook. She needed a map of the forest's existing ley lines, which required adapting a magical cartography technique that hadn't been used since the 17th century. She needed materials: silver, moonstone, phoenix feather. Harry had volunteered one of his own, which had been shed during a training session and which Hermione had pocketed with the reverent efficiency of a scientist collecting a priceless specimen. She recruited help. Professor Babbling for advanced runes consultation. Professor Vector for the arithmancy underpinning the shunt design. Forenza, quietly, through Harry, for information about the forest's magical topology that only the centaurs understood. Forenza was cautious. The centaurs as a whole had grown increasingly hostile, not just to humans, but to everything beyond their immediate territory. The corruption was affecting them too, Forenza said. Making them paranoid. Aggressive. Isolationist. The forest is sick, Forenza told Harry during a clandestine meeting at the edge of the tree line one gray afternoon. We feel it in the roots, in the water, in the movement of stars above the canopy. Something dark beats at the heart of our home like a second pulse, and it is growing stronger. Can you find it? The source? Forenza shook his head, his human torso shifting as his horse body stamped uneasily. It is everywhere and nowhere. Like trying to find a single drop of poison in a river. We know it is there. We can feel its effects. But it has no location. It is the forest now. Harry told Hermione. She added it to her calculations, adjusted her models, and kept working. November bled into December. The rain turned to sleet, then to snow. The castle decorated itself for Christmas in that aggressively cheerful way Hogwarts had, garlands and candles and suits of armor singing carols at inappropriate volumes, and the contrast between the festive atmosphere and the quiet desperation of Hermione's research was almost funny. Almost. While Hermione worked, Harry trained. Dumbledore pushed him harder now. The dawn sessions by the lake became twice as long, and the exercises changed, no longer just transform hold return, but control. Precision. Dumbledore conjured targets at varying distances and had Harry, in phoenix form, direct streams of fire at specific ones without touching others. He had Harry fly patterns over the lake, controlling the heat radiation to warm the water below without boiling it. He had Harry sustain the phoenix form for longer and longer periods, building the endurance needed to maintain human consciousness inside the bird's mind. 10 minutes. 20. 30. At 45 minutes, Harry started losing himself. It happened gradually. The human thoughts got thinner, like watercolors bleeding in rain. Ron's face, Hermione's voice, Ginny's laugh, they faded, replaced by the phoenix's pure, wordless experience. Heat and light and the joy of burning and the vast, soaring emptiness of the sky. The phoenix didn't think in words. It thought in temperatures. In currents. In the rising and falling of thermal drafts and the delicious, magnetic pull of dark magic that needed to be purified. The first time Harry lost 45 minutes, he came back to himself sitting on the lakeshore in human form with no memory of landing. Dumbledore was watching him with an expression that was carefully neutral. How long was I gone? Harry asked. 12 seconds. 12, that's nothing. In those 12 seconds, you flew 3 complete circuits of the lake at approximately 200 miles per hour and ignited the surface of the water in a pattern that, from above, resembled a rather impressive spiral. You had no human awareness during this time. None. It was like, blinking. 1 second I was me, the next I was the bird, and then I was me again and I was sitting here. That, Dumbledore said quietly, is the risk. He explained. Phoenix fire was magnificent and terrible, but the phoenix mind was the greater danger. It was not malicious, it was simply alien. A phoenix experienced reality in fundamentally different ways than a human. Time, space, identity, these concepts were fluid to a phoenix, mutable, secondary to the primary experience of being fire. Every Animagus risked losing themselves in their animal form, but for most, the animal mind was close enough to human that the risk was manageable. A cat still thought in cause and effect. A dog still understood loyalty and fear. A stag still had a mammalian brain organized around survival and social bonds. A phoenix was not a mammal. It was not, in the biological sense, even alive. It was a magical construct, a self-perpetuating cycle of creation and destruction, and its mind, if you could call it a mind, was organized around principles that had nothing to do with human experience. If you stay in phoenix form too long, Dumbledore said, you risk becoming the phoenix permanently. Not because the bird traps you, but because the bird's way of experiencing reality is so overwhelmingly more than human consciousness that your mind may simply prefer it. Choose it. Let go of the human framework and dissolve into the fire. Harry stared at him. You're telling me I could get stuck? I'm telling you the line between Harry the Phoenix and just a phoenix is thinner than you think, and it gets thinner the longer you stay transformed. What's the safe limit? I don't know. 30 minutes appears comfortable. 45 showed the first signs of dissociation. I would recommend, for now, treating 30 minutes as the maximum. And if I need to burn the forest? Dumbledore was quiet. How long would that take, Professor? 50 square miles. Even at full power, how long? Preliminary calculations suggest, several hours. The silence that followed was heavy enough to have its own gravity. We'll find another way, Dumbledore said, but for the first time, Harry heard doubt in his voice. Not about the plan, about the cost. Harry told Ron and Hermione about the dissociation risk that evening. He told them in the room of requirement, which had configured itself as a war room, maps pinned to walls, Hermione's research spread across a central table, a fireplace, ironic, burning cheerfully. Hermione's face went white. Several hours. Harry, if 30 minutes is the limit for safe human consciousness, several hours would, I'd lose myself. Yeah. I know. You can't. That's not, we'll find another way. My ley line shunt will work. I've nearly cracked the runic configuration, I just need, how close are you? Honestly. Hermione hesitated. That hesitation told Harry everything. The theory is complete, she said carefully. The mathematics check out. But the implementation. I need to field test the runic arrays, and the forest's magical signature is so complex that even with Firenze's data, I'm working with incomplete information. There's a 30% chance of success on the first attempt. If it fails, the Horcrux will become aware of the trap and adapt, reducing subsequent attempts to, maybe 5%. 30%, Ron said. 30% is significant. In experimental magic, 30% is, not enough, Ron said quietly. Not if it means we only get one shot and a 70% chance of making things worse. Hermione looked like he'd slapped her. Not because he was wrong, because he was right, and she'd known it, and hearing it out loud made it real. I'm not giving up, she said fiercely. I'm not. There has to be a way to improve the odds. Maybe if I refine the ley line mapping, or if we can get more data from the centaurs. You're not giving up, Harry said. Nobody's giving up. You keep working. We keep training. And we keep looking for alternatives. But Hermione, I need you to also start working on something else. What? Containment. If it comes to the burning, I'm going to need a firebreak. A magical boundary that stops Phoenix fire from spreading beyond the forest into Hogsmeade, the castle, the surrounding countryside. Can you design that? Hermione stared at him. Her eyes were bright, and Harry could see the war happening behind them, the part of her that wanted to refuse because accepting the task meant accepting the possibility, versus the part of her that was already running calculations because that's what Hermione did, she prepared for everything, even the things she didn't want. Yes, she said. I can design that. Good. But I'm not stopping work on the shunt. I wouldn't want you to. Ron had been quiet. He was looking at the map of the Forbidden Forest pinned to the wall, a massive thing, hand-drawn, with annotations in Hermione's tiny handwriting marking ley line projections and magical density readings. What about the creatures? Ron said. Harry and Hermione looked at him. 50 square miles of forest. Unicorns, centaurs, thestrals, hippogriffs, bowtruckles, nifflers, those bloody spiders, Ron shuddered. If we're even thinking about burning it, someone needs to figure out how to get them all out first. That's a massive operation. Hundreds of creatures, some of them dangerous, some of them territorial, some of them intelligent enough to tell us to sod off. He said it practically. Like he was discussing logistics, not the apocalyptic destruction of an ancient ecosystem. I can do that, Ron continued. I can plan it. Hagrid would need to be involved, he knows the forest better than anyone. And Firenze, for the centaurs. And someone from the Ministry's department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, maybe, for the rare species. He trailed off, realizing that Harry and Hermione were both staring at him. What? Ron, Hermione said slowly, that's actually brilliant. Don't sound so surprised. No, I mean, it's not just the logistics, it's the thinking. You're already 3 steps ahead. You're planning for a contingency that most people wouldn't even consider until it was too late. Ron's ears went red. Yeah, well. Someone's got to think about the unicorns while you two are doing the clever stuff. Harry felt something expand in his chest that wasn't fire. It was gratitude, the overwhelming, aching kind that came from knowing you had people in your life who didn't just stand beside you but actively, practically, lovingly helped you carry the weight. Ron, Harry said. You're the best of us. You know that, right? Shut up. I'm serious. Shut up, I'm having a planning moment. Now, the Acromantulas, do we save them or just, let nature take its course? Ronald. They're giant spiders, Hermione. Giant. Spiders. Even Hagrid admits they tried to eat us. The argument that followed, loud, spirited, and entirely in character, filled the room of requirement with something warmer than any fire. Normal. It felt normal. Harry held on to that. December brought 2 things, snow, and Draco Malfoy. Not together, obviously. Although the image of Malfoy being delivered by Blizzard was entertaining enough that Harry spent a solid minute in potions snickering about it before Slughorn asked him to share the joke with the class and he had to pretend he'd been thinking about the assignment. The Malfoy thing happened on a Tuesday. Harry had been using the Marauders map obsessively since 5th year, and he'd noticed the pattern months ago, Malfoy disappearing for hours, showing up in corridors that led nowhere, his dot hovering in the 7th floor hallway outside the room of requirement. Harry knew Malfoy was up to something. He'd known it since September. The Half-Blood Prince's textbook and the Horcrux research and the Phoenix situation had pushed it to the back burner, but the pattern was still there, still ticking away in the corner of his mind. On this particular Tuesday, Harry was heading back from a late training session by the lake, damp and exhausted, his skin still radiating a gentle heat that melted the snowflakes before they could land on his shoulders. He was passing the 2nd floor girls' bathroom, Myrtle's bathroom, when he heard something. Crying. Not Myrtle's usual performative wailing. This was quiet. Choked. The sound of someone trying very hard not to make any sound at all and failing. Harry pushed the door open. Malfoy was standing at the sinks with his hands braced on the porcelain, his head down, his shoulders shaking. The tap was running, not water, just running, the sound covering the noise he was making, or trying to. His robes were disheveled. His hair, usually perfect, always perfect, because Malfoy's vanity was a core personality trait, was hanging in his face. He looked up when the door opened. His eyes met Harry's in the mirror. They were red. Not from crying, well, yes from crying, but also red. Bloodshot. Dark-circled. The eyes of someone who hadn't slept properly in weeks. For a long, frozen second, they just stared at each other. Then Malfoy's face twisted, and he grabbed his wand, and Harry's instincts, honed by 6 years of this exact dynamic, kicked in. Sectumsem, don't. Harry's voice was calm. Flat. Not because he wasn't alarmed, but because the fire inside him was awake, and when the fire was awake, fear became something distant and abstract, like looking at a photograph of a storm instead of standing in one. Just, don't, Malfoy. Something in his tone, or maybe something in his eyes, which he suspected were glowing faintly gold the way they did when the fire rose, made Malfoy hesitate. The wand stayed raised, but the curse died on his lips. Get out, Potter. No. I said get out. And I said no. You're standing in a bathroom crying at 11 o'clock at night. Something's wrong. And I know we're not friends, and I know you'd rather eat a hippogriff than talk to me, but I'm not walking away from this. Malfoy laughed. It was a horrible sound, bitter and cracked and absolutely nothing like humor. You don't know anything, Potter. You don't know what's happening, you don't know what I've been asked to do, you don't. He stopped. Bit down on the words like they'd escaped against his will. Harry took a step closer. Malfoy flinched, and Harry realized, with a cold understanding that had nothing to do with fire, that Malfoy was afraid of him. Actually, genuinely, physically afraid. Not the old schoolboy rivalry fear, not the posturing, real fear. The kind that came from knowing what someone was capable of and not being sure they could stop it. Harry stopped walking. Held up his hands, palms out. I'm not going to hurt you. You set things on fire by accident, Potter. Forgive me if I'm not reassured. Fair point. But I'm not here to fight. I heard you, and I stopped, and now I'm asking, what's going on? The silence stretched. The tap ran. Somewhere in the pipes, moaning Myrtle hummed tunelessly, having the good sense for once to not interrupt. He gave me a task, Malfoy said. Harry didn't need to ask who he was. If I fail, he'll kill my family. Malfoy's voice was flat. Mechanical. Like he'd rehearsed this in his head so many times that the emotion had worn off. My mother. My father's already in Azkaban, so he's beyond reach, but my mother, she's alone in that house with them. Death Eaters coming and going like it's a hotel. And he told me, if I don't complete my task by the end of the year. He didn't finish. Didn't need to. What's the task? Harry asked. Malfoy looked at him. Really looked at him, with the evaluating gaze of someone making a decision that might be the most important one of their life. I can't tell you that. But I can tell you something else. He swallowed. Something about the forest. Harry went very still. I had detention with Hagrid in October. Walking the forest perimeter, checking the boundary wards. About 2 miles in, we found, I don't know how to describe it. A clearing that shouldn't have been there. The trees around it were dead. Not autumn dead, not bare, dead. Black. Petrified. And in the middle of the clearing, the ground was, breathing. Breathing. Moving. Rising and falling. Like something underneath was alive. The grass was black and the soil was warm and there was this smell. Malfoy's face contracted with disgust and something deeper. Like rotting meat soaked in magic. Hagrid pulled me away before I could see more, said it was nothing to worry about, but it wasn't nothing, Potter. I've felt dark magic before. I grew up in a house full of it. What I felt in that clearing was worse than anything in Malfoy Manor. It felt like death growing. Harry's fire surged. Not at Malfoy, at the description, at the confirmation of what he already knew, at the visceral picture of the Horcrux's corruption spreading through the forest like a cancer. Did you tell anyone? Who would I tell? Snape. He's got his own games. Dumbledore. He'd ask questions I can't answer without getting my mother killed. Malfoy's jaw tightened. I'm telling you because whatever you're turning into, whatever that fire is, I don't think it's just some random magical accident. And I don't think Dumbledore's training you for fun. You've been watching me. Everyone's been watching you, Potter. I've just been paying attention. They looked at each other across the bathroom. 2 boys, 16 years old, drowning in wars they didn't start, carrying secrets that were too heavy for their age. You said the clearing was 2 miles in, Harry said. Which direction? Northeast. Past the spider colony. I could show you on a map. Why? Why are you helping me? Malfoy's face did something complicated. Pain and pride and desperation, all fighting for space behind the aristocratic mask. Because whatever's in that forest is getting stronger. And when it's strong enough, it won't stay in the forest. It'll spread. Into the school. Into Hogsmeade. Into. He trailed off. My mother lives in Wiltshire. That's far enough away, you'd think. But this isn't normal dark magic. It's rot. Infection. And infection spread. He lowered his wand. Slid it back into his robes. Turned off the tap. I don't like you, Potter. I probably never will. But I don't want the world to end, and right now, you seem like the only person who can stop it. He walked past Harry. Paused at the door. The clearing. If you go looking for it, be careful. The trees around it aren't just dead. They're watching. Then he was gone, and Harry was alone in the bathroom with a running tap and a ghost who floated through the wall with a dreamy expression. He's quite fit when he cries, Myrtle observed. Myrtle. Read the room. The room is a bathroom, Harry. I've been reading it for 50 years. Harry left before she could get philosophical about it. He told Ron and Hermione about Malfoy the next day. Ron's immediate response was suspicion. It's a trap, obviously, the ferret's probably been sent to lure you into the forest, but Hermione was thoughtful. The clearing he described, she said, pulling out her ley line map. Northeast, past the Acromantula colony, that's actually consistent with a convergence point I identified in the cartography data. A place where multiple ley lines intersect. If the Horcrux has a home base, a location it returns to more frequently than others, that could be it. Or it could be a trap, Ron repeated. It could. But Malfoy was crying, Ron. In a bathroom. Alone. That's not a performance. You don't know that. Malfoy's been performing his whole life. I was there, Harry said. I saw his face. He wasn't acting. Ron looked unconvinced but didn't push. He trusted Harry's instincts about people even when he disagreed with them, which was one of the things that made Ron a better friend than he ever gave himself credit for. Hermione adjusted her shunt design to account for the new data. If the convergence point Malfoy described was the Horcrux's resting state, the place it returned to between movements, she might be able to build the ley line trap around it. The probability of success went from 30% to, she calculated for 20 minutes, filling 3 pages of parchment with equations. 42%, she announced. That's better, Ron said. It's not enough, Hermione said. But it's better. Christmas at Hogwarts was usually Harry's favorite time. The castle went all out, 12 trees in the Great Hall, enchanted snow falling from the ceiling, armor singing, God rest ye merry hippogriffs, at top volume to anyone who walked past. It was warm and bright and excessive in the way that only a medieval castle run by eccentric wizards could be. This year, Harry couldn't enjoy it. Not because of the fire, although the fire made the festive candles respond to him in weird ways, leaning toward him when he walked past like flowers tracking the sun. Not because of the Horcrux or the forest or the weight of the decision hanging over him. Because of the nightmares. They'd changed. Since the Phoenix emergence, since the Horcrux awareness, the dreams weren't about Sirius anymore. They were about the forest. Harry dreamed of flying over the canopy in Phoenix form, looking down at an ocean of dark green that stretched to the horizon, and seeing it pulse. Like a heartbeat. The entire forest, 50 square miles of ancient woodland, rising and falling with the rhythm of something buried deep beneath. He dreamed of landing in the clearing Malfoy had described, dead trees, black grass, warm soil, and feeling the Horcrux underneath him like a tumor in the earth. It was aware of him. It knew he was there. And it was afraid. That was the worst part. The Horcrux was afraid of him. A piece of Voldemort's soul, imbued with dark magic powerful enough to corrupt an ancient forest, and it feared the fire inside Harry the way a candle fears a hurricane. But fear made things dangerous. In the dreams, the dead trees moved. Reached for him with branches like fingers, roots erupting from the ground to coil around his talons, and the dark magic surged up from the earth in a wave of black smoke that tried to smother his flames, to choke him, to drag him down into the soil where the Horcrux could devour him. Harry woke from these dreams burning. Literally, as always. The fireproofing charms on his bed worked overtime through December, and Ron learned to sleep with one eye open and the fire extinguisher within arm's reach. Twice, Neville's fire-resistant plants caught the overflow and spent the night glowing red-hot before cooling to normal by morning, which Neville took in stride with the quiet resilience of a boy who'd been through worse. It was after one of these nightmares, 3 a.m. on December 22nd, the castle wrapped in silence and snow, that Harry gave up on sleep and went to the Ollery. He was sitting in his usual spot, back against the wall, the cold pressing against his overheated skin like a bomb, when he heard footsteps on the stairs. Ginny appeared, wrapped in a Weasley jumper 3 sizes too big, carrying 2 mugs of hot chocolate. "Couldn't sleep?" Harry asked. "Ron snores through the floor. I could hear him from 2 stories down." She sat beside him, handed him a mug. "Plus, I had a feeling." "A feeling?" "That you'd be up here. Brooding." "I don't brood." Ginny gave him a look so skeptical it could have peeled paint. Harry took a sip of hot chocolate and conceded the point. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. The snow was falling gently outside the open windows, flakes drifting in on the breeze and melting before they reached Harry, his ambient heat creating a little bubble of warmth around him, maybe 3 feet in radius, that kept the cold at bay. Ginny noticed. "It's like sitting next to a fireplace," she said. "An angry, brooding fireplace with glasses." "I thought we established I don't brood." "We established no such thing." She bumped his shoulder. "Talk to me. What's keeping you up?" Harry hesitated. He'd been careful about what he shared with Ginny, not because he didn't trust her, but because the Horcrux information was sensitive and dangerous and he didn't want to paint a target on her back. But Ginny wasn't stupid, and she wasn't fragile, and she'd already noticed more than he'd intended. "The forest," he said. "I think something's going to have to happen to the forest, and it's going to be my fault." He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. Ginny was quiet for a moment, processing, and then she said something that hit him like a bludgeon to the chest. "Is it the kind of fault where you had a choice, or the kind of fault where you're the only one who can do it?" "The second one." "Then it's not your fault. It's your responsibility. Those are different things." Harry turned to look at her. She was watching the snow, her profile lit by the faint golden glow coming off his skin, and her expression was thoughtful and fierce and gentle all at once, like she was angry at the world for putting this on him but not surprised, because the world had always put things on Harry and she'd been watching it happen since she was 10 years old. "Where'd you get that?" he asked. "From experience." She took a sip of her chocolate. "First year. The diary. I opened the chamber. I set the basilisk on Muggleborns. That was me, my hands, my actions. But it wasn't my fault, it was Voldemort's fault for creating the diary, Lucius Malfoy's fault for planting it. I was the weapon. The responsibility for the consequences was mine to carry, but the blame." She shook her head. "The blame was never mine. I spent 3 years thinking it was. Don't make the same mistake." Harry stared at her. The fire in his chest did the settling thing again, that warm, quiet, home feeling that only happened around her. "You're kind of incredible, you know that?" "Obviously." But she was smiling, small and real, and the tips of her ears were pink in a way that had nothing to do with the cold. "Now drink your chocolate before it gets cold. Although near you, I suppose that's not really a risk." Harry drank. The chocolate was good, rich, slightly spicy, probably smuggled from the kitchens with Dobby's help. "Ginny." Thanks. For coming up here. For knowing I'd be here. Always." She said it simply, Like it was obvious, like the idea of Harry being alone in the dark and Ginny not showing up was fundamentally absurd. Someone's got to keep the brooding fireplace company. The Scops owl, who had been napping on a nearby perch, woke up, fluttered down, and landed on Harry's knee with the proprietary confidence of an animal that had claimed this human and intended to keep him. Harry stroked its feathers with one hand, held the hot chocolate with the other, and sat in the cold orrery with Ginny Weasley's shoulder warm against his. The fire was quiet. The nightmares felt distant. The decision waiting for him in the new year hadn't gone anywhere, but for this moment, this small, stolen moment of chocolate and snow and companionship, it could wait. January came, and with it, disaster. Not the Horcrux. Not Voldemort. Something worse, in a way, because it was human, and stupid, and entirely preventable. Hermione's ley line shunt was ready. She'd spent 3 months on it. 3 months of research and calculation and runic design and sleepless nights and arguments with Professor Vector about theoretical frameworks and hushed conversations with Firenze about magical topology. She'd built the runic arrays herself, 12 Silveran moonstone discs, each etched with configurations so complex that Harry's eyes watered trying to follow the lines, and she'd designed a placement pattern based on her mapping of the forest's ley lines. The plan was simple. Sneak into the forest under cover of darkness. Place the 12 arrays along a specific path that created the artificial ley line current. Activate them simultaneously with a synchronized trigger spell. Wait for the Horcrux to be drawn to the convergence point. Hit it with the Sword of Gryffindor, which Dumbledore had quietly provided, along with a vial of basilisk venom for backup. 42% chance of success. The best odds they were going to get without burning everything down. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and, at Dumbledore's insistence, Professor Lupin entered the forest on the night of January 15th. It was awful from the start. The forest at night was always threatening, but now it was actively hostile. The corruption Firenze had described was visible, trees with bark that oozed a dark, tar-like substance, ground that squelched underfoot in places where there shouldn't be moisture, patches of absolute silence where no insects chirped and no animals moved because nothing lived there anymore. The air smelled wrong, metallic and sweet, like old blood mixed with something floral that didn't belong. Hermione placed the arrays with surgical precision. Each one glowed blue-white when activated, creating a faint luminous trail through the dark forest like breadcrumbs. Lupin kept watch, his wand drawn, his face tight with the particular tension of a man whose enhanced senses were screaming that everything around him was deeply wrong. Ron moved between the group and the perimeter, watchful, quiet, competent in a way that always surprised people who underestimated him. He'd been training with the DA all year, but more than that, he had instincts, tactical instincts, spatial awareness, the chess player's ability to see the board 3 moves ahead, that made him invaluable in exactly this kind of situation. Harry carried the Sword of Gryffindor and tried not to set the forest on fire. The phoenix fire was screaming inside him. Being in the forest was like walking through a field of magnets when you were made of iron, every dark magic-infected tree, every corrupted root system, every patch of tainted soil pulled at his fire, demanding purification, and holding back required a constant, exhausting exertion of will. His hands glowed. His eyes flickered gold. The air around him shimmered with heat haze, and wherever he stepped, the corrupted undergrowth actually retreated, pulling back from his footsteps like living things flinching from flame. Almost there, Hermione whispered. She placed the 11th array. Activated it. The blue-white glow connected to the others, forming a visible current of magical energy that flowed through the forest like an illuminated river. One more. The convergence point should be, there. She pointed ahead. A clearing, the clearing, Malfoy's clearing, the one with the dead trees and the breathing ground. It was worse than Malfoy had described. The trees around it weren't just dead, they were transformed. Black, petrified, twisted into shapes that looked almost deliberate, almost intentional, like a dark intelligence had bent and broken them into a pattern. The branches interlocked overhead to form a canopy that blocked all light, creating a perfect dome of darkness. Inside the dome, the ground was moving. Not breathing, writhing. The soil churned in slow, nauseating waves, as if something enormous was turning over in its sleep just below the surface. The grass was black and the roots were exposed, not dead roots, but living ones, pulsing with a dark light that made Harry's stomach lurch. And the smell. God, the smell. Like a corpse garden in summer. Like death dressed up as life, grinning with too many teeth. This is it, Hermione breathed. Her face was greenish in the glow of her wand. The convergence point. The Horcrux should be drawn here when I activate the final array. She placed it. Her hands were steady, shaking internally, Harry was sure, but steady on the outside because Hermione Granger did not allow her body to betray her when there was work to be done. Everyone back, she said. I need 30 feet of clearance. They moved back. Harry positioned himself at the edge of the clearing with the sword drawn, the blade glowing faintly with residual basilisk venom. Lupin flanked him. Ron took the opposite side, wand ready. Hermione raised her wand. Took a breath. And activated all 12 arrays simultaneously. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The blue-white current surged, the artificial ley line blazing to life with a hum of magical energy that Harry felt in his bones. The current flowed toward the convergence point, the clearing, like water flowing downhill, carrying magical force with it, mimicking the forest's natural currents with eerie precision. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the ground heaved. The clearing erupted. Soil and roots and rock exploded upward in a geyser of dark energy, and something wrong, something that shouldn't exist, a mass of shadow and malice that had no fixed shape, burst from the earth like a diseased tooth being ripped from a gum. There! Hermione screamed. Harry, now! Harry charged forward with the sword. He made it 3 steps. The dead trees moved. Not fell, moved, deliberately, their petrified trunks bending with a sound like breaking bones, branches reaching for Harry with the speed and purpose of arms. A root erupted from the ground and wrapped around his ankle. Another caught his wrist. The sword flew from his hand, spinning into the darkness. Harry! Ron's voice, behind him, followed by a blast of spell-light that shattered one branch but drew 3 more, the trees were targeting anyone who tried to help, a coordinated defense system triggered by the Horcrux's exposure. Lupin was firing curses in rapid succession, buying space, but the branches as fast as he could break them. Hermione was trying to summon the sword, Accio. Accio. But the dark energy was interfering, scrambling her magic like static. And the Horcrux, the shapeless mass of shadow, was sinking back into the ground. Retreating. Pulling itself away from the convergence point, away from the trap, slithering back into the ley lines with the desperate speed of a cornered animal finding an escape route. Harry was pinned. Branches around his chest, his legs, his arms, tightening with crushing force. The fire inside him was raging, hammering against his control like a trapped animal, demanding release, because this was what it was for, this was the corruption it existed to burn. If I let go, I burn everything. The trees. The forest. Ron. Hermione. Lupin. He held on. The Horcrux disappeared into the earth. The dark energy dissipated. The trees froze, mid-attack, as if the intelligence controlling them had withdrawn. Silence. Heavy, ringing silence, broken only by panting and the distant sound of disturbed birds. Is everyone okay? Lupin's voice, strained. Fine, Ron gasped. He was bleeding from a cut on his forehead where a branch had caught him. Hermione? I'm fine. She didn't sound fine. She sounded like someone watching their 3-month project fail in real time. Harry hung in the grip of the petrified trees, motionless, the fire screaming inside him, and stared at the spot where the Horcrux had been. Gone. Back into the earth. Back into the ley lines. And now it knew they were hunting it, which meant Hermione's 30% that became 42% had just cratered to something approaching zero. Lupin freed Harry with careful spell work. The branches released him reluctantly, the wood groaning as it returned to its frozen state. Nobody spoke on the walk back. Hermione cried, later. In the room of requirement, after Lupin had reported to Dumbledore and Ron had been patched up by Madame Pomfrey, he told her he'd walked into a suit of armor, and she'd given him the look that said she didn't believe him but wouldn't press. Hermione sat in a corner with her runic arrays in her lap, 12 beautiful, useless silver and moonstone discs, and she cried. It was a good plan, Harry said. It almost worked. Almost doesn't count. It does. It means we were on the right track. It means the Horcrux is real and it's there and it can be drawn out. And then what? The forest fought us, Harry. The entire forest fought us. Every tree, every root, it's all connected to the Horcrux now. The corruption isn't just camouflage anymore. It's a defense system. You can't walk in there with a sword. You can't sneak in. The moment the Horcrux feels threatened, it uses the forest itself as a weapon. She looked up at him. Tear tracks on her face, eyes red, but behind the grief, a terrible clarity. You're going to have to burn it, she said. Aren't you? Harry sat down next to her. Ron, across the room, said nothing. His face was pale under the bandage on his forehead, and he was staring at the map of the forest on the wall with the expression of a man looking at a death sentence. Not yet, Harry said. We're not there yet. There could be, Harry. Hermione's voice was very quiet. I am the smartest person in this school, and I just threw everything I had at this problem and it wasn't enough. The Horcrux is beyond extraction. It's woven into the forest. The only way to kill it is to kill the forest. Then I'll kill the forest. He said it simply. Not bravely, not heroically, simply, the way you'd say, then I'll take out the trash, or, then I'll wash the dishes. A task that needed doing. The worst task. The one nobody wanted. But someone had to, and he was the only one who could. Ron stood up. Crossed the room. Sat down on Harry's other side. 3 of them, shoulder to shoulder, back against the wall, surrounded by the scattered remnants of Plan A, not alone, Ron said. Whatever happens. Not alone. Hermione took Harry's hand. Her fingers were cold. His were warm, always warm now. Not alone, she echoed. The fire in Harry's chest burned steady and sad and resolved. The next 3 weeks were the worst of Harry's life. Not because of any single dramatic event, no attacks, no disasters, no climactic confrontations. Just the slow, grinding, soul-crushing work of preparing for something terrible. Harry told Dumbledore. The headmaster listened, nodded, and said, I understand, in a voice that carried the weight of every awful decision he'd ever made and all the ones he'd asked others to make for him. The order was informed. Not everyone, just the inner circle. Lupin, Tonks, Moody, McGonagall, Arthur and Molly Weasley. The meeting happened in Dumbledore's office, and Harry sat through it with the fire banking low in his chest, listening to the people he trusted most in the world argue about whether to let a 16-year-old boy destroy 50 square miles of ancient forest. McGonagall was against it. There must be another way. We cannot ask a child, he's not a child, Minerva. Moody's magical eye swiveled to fix on Harry. Not anymore. Haven't been for years. That doesn't mean we should, nobody's asking him. He's telling us. There's a difference. Lupin was torn. The dissociation risk alone, Harry, you understand that staying in Phoenix form for the time required could mean losing yourself permanently. I understand. And you're willing to, I'm not willing. I'm able. Those are different things. Molly Weasley cried. Quietly, in the corner, with Arthur's arm around her. She'd lost brothers in the First War. The thought of losing someone else's child, someone who was, in every way that mattered, part of her family, was written across her face in lines of grief. "I'll come back," Harry told her. "I promise." "Don't promise that," Molly whispered. "Don't promise things you might not be able to keep." The silence after that was cavernous. In the end, the vote was irrelevant. There was no vote. There was just Harry, standing in front of a room full of adults, saying, "I'm going to do this. You can help me prepare, or you can step aside. But it's happening." Dumbledore helped him prepare. Hermione designed the containment ward. It was her masterwork, a triple-layered runic barrier keyed to Phoenix fire specifically, designed to contain the burn within the forest's boundaries while allowing heat and smoke to dissipate upward. She spent 2 weeks building it, testing components in the room of requirement, running simulations with Professor Vector that filled blackboards with equations and gave both of them migraines. "It'll hold," she said, with the confidence of someone who had checked the math 400 times and would check it 400 more before the day came. "The fire stays inside the barrier. Period." Ron organized the evacuation. This was, in many ways, the hardest part. The forest contained thousands of magical creatures, many of them dangerous, most of them territorial, some of them intelligent enough to object violently to being relocated. Ron approached it like a chess problem, methodical, strategic, seeing the whole board. Hagrid was his first recruit. The conversation had been brutal. Harry wasn't there for it, but Ron told him afterward, in the room of requirement, his face drawn. "He didn't cry at first," Ron said. "He just went quiet. You know Hagrid, he's never quiet. He's always talking, always laughing, always making noise. He just stopped. For about 2 minutes, he sat there in his hut and didn't say anything, and it was the worst 2 minutes of my life. And then he said, 'Right. Let's save what we can.' And he started listing every creature he knew was in there. Species, approximate locations, behavior patterns, food requirements. The man's got a bloody encyclopedia in his head. We worked for 6 hours straight. The evacuation plan was comprehensive. Unicorns would be relocated to the mountains north of Hogsmeade. Hagrid knew their migration routes and could guide them. Thestrals would follow Harry's lead. They'd always been drawn to him, and now, with the fire, they seemed almost worshipful, gathering at the forest edge when he trained to watch with their blank white eyes. Hippogriffs, there were 3 wild ones left in the forest, would need Buckbeak as an intermediary, and Hagrid sent an owl to wherever Buckbeak was currently being hidden. The acromantulas were a problem. The colony was massive, hundreds of spiders, from dinner plate-sized juveniles to adults the size of minivans, and they would not come willingly. Hagrid's relationship with Aragog, the colony's founder, had deteriorated since Aragog's death the previous year. Harry felt a pang of guilt about that, remembering Slughorn and the funeral and the memories he'd extracted. The new leadership was aggressive and territorial. "We might have to leave them," Ron said, and his voice was carefully neutral about a species that had tried to eat him at age 12. "Ron. I know. We'll try." The centaurs were the worst. Firenze agreed to approach his herd. He came back with 3 arrows in his flank and a message that translated, roughly, to, "The forest is ours. Die in it or leave it, but do not presume to save us." "They don't trust humans," Firenze said, as Madame Pomfrey tended his wounds. "And they don't understand what's happening to the forest. They feel the corruption, but they interpret it through their own lens, the stars, the planetary alignments, the cycles of nature. They believe the forest will heal itself, as it always has." "It won't," Harry said. "Not with the Horcrux in it." "I know. But they don't. And they won't listen to a traitor who chose to live among wizards." Harry went to the centaurs himself. Alone. Unarmed. Walking into the forest at dawn with his hands at his sides and the fire banked as low as he could manage, heading for the territory Firenze had marked on the map. They found him before he found them. Arrows appeared, notched, drawn, aimed, and suddenly Harry was surrounded by a dozen centaurs, their faces hard and hostile, their bodies tense with the readiness to kill. "I'm not here to fight," Harry said. "I'm here to warn you. The stars have warned us already, human." The speaker was tall, dark-haired, scarred across one shoulder. Bane. Harry recognized him from previous encounters. "They speak of fire and destruction. Of an ending. They're right. The forest is dying. There's a dark object buried deep in the earth, a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. It's been corrupting the forest for years, and it's getting worse. I can destroy it, but we know of the corruption." Bane's voice was like grinding stone. "We have felt it in the roots, tasted it in the water. The stars speak of it, a wound in the earth that festers. Then you know it won't heal on its own. The forest has survived 10,000 years. It will survive this. It won't." Harry took a step forward. The centaur's bows tightened. "I can feel it. The fire inside me, it can feel the Horcrux. It's not static. It's growing. Spreading. Every month, more trees die. More creatures flee. The dark things multiply while the light things disappear. You've noticed it. The unicorns moving to the forest's edge. The botruckles abandoning their trees. Your own herd, growing more isolated, more aggressive. You know nothing of our herd. I know you shot Forenza for trying to help. I know you're afraid, and when centaurs are afraid, they close ranks and attack anything outside the circle. I know the corruption is affecting your judgment, the same way it's affecting the acromantulas and the forest itself." Silence. The wind moved through the dead-looking trees. Harry's fire pressed against his control, sensing the corruption all around them, wanting out. "I'm going to destroy the Horcrux," Harry said. "I'm going to burn the forest to do it. I don't want to, I hate it, I hate that this is the only way, but it is. And before I do, I'm asking you to leave. Not forever. Just, long enough. Leave our home. Your home is dying. I'm trying to make sure it can be reborn." Bane stared at him. The other centaurs were still, their bows drawn, but Harry could see the uncertainty in some of their faces. They knew. On some level, they knew the forest was failing, that the corruption was winning, that their refusal to acknowledge it was itself a symptom. "You speak of rebirth," Bane said slowly. "The stars speak of it too. Fire and ash and, from the ash, new growth." He paused. "We have seen this pattern before. In the sky. The phoenix cycle. Yes. You carry the phoenix within you. Yes." Another long silence. The centaurs exchanged looks, a complex, non-verbal communication that Harry couldn't fully read but that seemed to involve a great deal of ear-flicking and tail-swishing. "We will, consider your words," Bane said finally. "We will read the stars. If they confirm what you say, we will discuss terms." "Thank you. Do not thank us, human. If the stars disagree, the next arrow will not be a warning." Harry nodded. Turned. Walked away, slowly, back straight, fire burning in his chest, and didn't breathe properly until he was clear of the tree line. February. Hermione's containment ward was finished. Ron's evacuation plan was ready, not complete, because the centaurs were still considering, and the acromantulas were still hostile, but as ready as it was going to get. Harry's control had improved to the point where he could sustain Phoenix form for 40 minutes with full human consciousness, which was impressive and nowhere near enough for what was coming. Dumbledore worked with him on a solution. Not a perfect one, there was no perfect solution, but a framework. Harry would carry anchors, objects imbued with his human memories, charmed to resonate with his magical signature and pull his consciousness back to human awareness at intervals. A photograph of his parents. The Marauder's map. A Weasley family sweater, knitted by Molly, that smelled like the burrow. And a letter. Ginny wrote it for him. He didn't ask her to. She just gave it to him, one evening in the Ollery, folded into a small square and sealed with a charm that would only open for his magical signature. Don't read it now, she said. Read it if you start to forget. Forget what? Everything. Who you are. Why you're doing this. What you're coming back to. Harry tucked the letter into his pocket. It sat there, warm, not from the fire, but from something else. Their relationship had evolved slowly over the winter, like ice thawing. Not dramatic, no sweeping declarations, no movie moment kisses in the rain. Just a gradual, steady deepening of something that had been growing since the Ollery in October. Late nights talking. Morning walks in the snow. A shared language of looks and small touches, her hand on his arm, his shoulder against hers, the way they gravitated toward each other in any room without conscious decision. They'd kissed once. In the room of requirement, late January, after a DA meeting where Harry had demonstrated controlled phoenix fire for the group, a small, precise flame in his palm that the younger students had watched with wide eyes and Neville had nearly cried at because, "It's so beautiful, Harry." Ginny had stayed behind to help clean up, and they'd been talking about nothing, Quidditch stats, an essay for Flitwick, whether Crookshanks was genuinely evil or just badly socialized, and Harry had looked at her in the warm light of the room and thought, oh. There you are. Not, I love you. Not yet. Just, there you are. Like he'd been looking for something without knowing what it was, and there it was, sitting cross-legged on a cushion with ink on her fingers and a crooked smile. He'd kissed her. Carefully, gently, hyper-aware of the fire and the heat and the possibility of hurting her. His lips were warm, everything about him was warm, and she'd made a small sound of surprise that turned into a smile against his mouth. When they separated, Ginny's eyes were bright. "Your lips are really warm," she said. "Sorry, no. It's nice. Like drinking tea." "You're comparing kissing me to drinking tea?" "Good tea. Really good tea. The kind with honey." He'd laughed, and she'd kissed him again, and the fire in his chest had done the settling home thing so intensely that the room temperature rose 10 degrees and every candle in the room of requirement flared twice its normal size. After that, it was just them. Not a dramatic story. Not a fairy tale. Just two people who'd seen each other at their worst and chosen to stay. Harry held on to that. He was going to need it. February 8th. The attack came at dusk. Harry was at dinner, sitting between Ron and Ginny, eating shepherd's pie and pretending that his life was normal, when the windows of the great hall went dark. Not sunset dark. Magic dark. A blackness that pressed against the glass from outside like something alive, and the enchanted ceiling, usually reflecting the real sky, flickered, stuttered, and went completely black, as if the sky itself had been switched off. The temperature dropped. Not gradually, instantly, like opening a freezer door, and Harry felt it even through his internal fire, a cold that wasn't physical but magical, the bone-deep chill of concentrated dark energy. Dumbledore stood. His wand was in his hand, and his face was harder than Harry had ever seen it. "All students, remain in the hall. Prefects, seal the doors. Staff, with me." He moved fast for an old man. McGonagall was right behind him, then Flitwick, then Snape, their robes billowing as they swept through the doors with the coordinated urgency of people who'd fought in a war before and recognized the opening moves. Harry didn't remain in the hall. He was through the doors before anyone could stop him, Ron and Hermione on his heels, Ginny 3 steps behind. He could feel it, the source of the darkness, the cold, the wrongness, and it was coming from the forest. The Forbidden Forest was leaking. That was the only word for it. The corruption that had been building for years, contained within the forest's boundaries by the ancient wards, had reached a tipping point. Dark energy was pouring from the tree line like black fog, rolling across the grounds in a tide that killed the grass where it touched, that dimmed the castle's lights, that sent the Thestrals screaming into the sky. And from within the fog, shapes were emerging. Not Death Eaters, not yet. Creatures. Acromantulas, dozens of them, pouring from the forest in a chittering wave of legs and mandibles. Behind them, darker things, inferi, maybe, or something worse, humanoid shapes that moved with a jerky, puppet-like gait, their eyes glowing with the same sick light Harry had seen in the clearing. The Horcrux was fighting back. It knew. It had felt the preparations, the containment ward, the evacuation plans, the growing resolve of the people who wanted it dead, and it was responding the way Voldemort always responded to threats. With violence. Harry. Hermione's voice, sharp with fear. It's using the forest's magic, it's channeling the ley lines to power the creatures, I can see that. The staff met the first wave at the castle entrance. McGonagall's transfiguration turned the ground between the castle and the forest into a nightmare of animated stone warriors, rock golems rising from the earth to meet the acromantulas in a clash that sent shockwaves across the grounds. Flitwick's charms created barriers of light that the dark shapes couldn't cross. Snape, say what you would about the man, cast curses with the brutal efficiency of a surgeon, each one precise and devastating. But there were too many. The forest kept vomiting darkness, the corruption's reserve seemingly endless, and for every creature the staff dropped, 2 more emerged from the tree line. Harry made a decision. He transformed. Not the careful, controlled transformation of his training sessions. Not the gradual expansion of fire that Dumbledore had been teaching him. This was visceral, a choice, made in a single heartbeat, and his body responded like it had been waiting for exactly this moment. Phoenix. The world exploded into fire and light. Harry the Phoenix launched himself into the sky, wings spread, trail of golden flame stretching behind him like a comet's tail. The dark fog recoiled from his light, actually pulled back, the shadow retreating from the fire the way darkness retreated from a torch, but on a massive scale, the blackness receding across the grounds in a wave. He dove toward the tree line. The fire poured out of him. Not the full-scale burn, not the forest-destroying conflagration he'd been training for, but a wall. A barrier of phoenix fire that erupted along the forest's edge, 50 feet high and blazing with a heat that turned the air to shimmer and the ground to glass. The creatures coming out of the forest hit the wall and burned. Not pleasantly. Not cleanly. The acromantulas shrieked as the fire found the dark magic animating them, because they weren't acting on instinct. Harry realized, they were being driven, controlled by the Horcrux's influence like puppets on strings, and the corruption burned away, leaving the spiders confused and disoriented but alive, stumbling back into the forest on shaky legs. The darker shapes, the inferi things, had no such luck. They were pure dark magic given form, and the phoenix fire consumed them utterly. They burned like paper, like shadows exposed to sunlight, disintegrating into ash that the wind carried away. Harry held the wall. He flew along the forest's edge, pouring fire into the barrier, maintaining a line of blazing gold that separated the forest from the castle. The effort was enormous, not the fire itself, which flowed from him as naturally as breathing, but the control, the constant, grinding effort of burning exactly where he wanted and nowhere else. The battle lasted 20 minutes. 20 minutes of fire and fury and the screaming of dark creatures and the sharp crack of staff members' spells and the deeper, resonating note of Harry's phoenix cry, which rose above it all like a war horn, like a promise, like a threat. Then it was over. The forest pulled back. The corruption retreated behind the tree line, the dark fog dissipating, the creatures withdrawing. The Horcrux had spent its offensive, or been driven back, or simply decided that the point had been made. Harry landed at the forest's edge. The transformation reversed. He collapsed. Not gently. His legs gave out and he hit the burned ground hard, hands and knees, the scorched earth hot against his skin. Every muscle in his body was screaming. The fire in his chest was guttering like a candle in a storm, not extinguished, never extinguished, but depleted, running on fumes. Ron reached him first. Of course Ron reached him first. Harry, can you hear me? Look at me, mate, Harry looked. Ron's face was dirty, a cut reopened on his forehead, his eyes wide with fear and relief. "I'm here," Harry croaked. "I'm okay." "You are categorically not okay, you lunatic, you just set a quarter-mile of forest on fire." Harry looked behind him. The forest's edge was gone. Not the whole forest, just the outermost ring, maybe a quarter-mile deep, stretching along the boundary where Harry had placed his firewall. The trees were ash. The ground was black and smoking. Scattered fires still burned in the undergrowth, natural now, the phoenix fire having done its work and moved on. A quarter mile. Of 50 square miles. And it had cost him 20 minutes of full phoenix form, nearly complete energy depletion, and the kind of physical pain that made him seriously reconsider his life choices. Standing at the edge of the destruction, looking out at the remaining 49 3/4 square miles of dark, corrupted, hostile forest, Harry felt the full weight of what he was going to have to do settle onto his shoulders like a physical thing. He couldn't burn a quarter mile and collapse. He needed to burn all of it. Several hours of sustained phoenix form, at full power, while maintaining enough human consciousness to control the direction and scope of the burn. Harry. Hermione was beside him, her hand on his shoulder. Her face was pale, streaked with soot, her hair wild. "Are you?" 12 students were in the hospital wing before I got out there, Harry said. "How many more?" 7. Mostly minor. Katie Bell broke her arm. A second year was hit by an acromantula, he's being treated. No one died. This time. Hermione was quiet. "It'll happen again," Harry said. "The Horcrux knows we're coming. It's going to keep attacking, keep sending things out of the forest, keep trying to hurt people before we can act. Every day we wait is a day it gets stronger and another chance for someone to die." He stood up. His legs shook. Ron grabbed his arm, steadying him. Harry looked at the forest. The fire in his chest, depleted but recovering, reached toward it like a compass needle finding north. "We do it in March," Harry said. "As soon as Hermione's containment ward is in place and Ron's evacuation is as complete as it's going to get. No more waiting. No more planning. March." Ron and Hermione looked at each other. Something passed between them, fear, resolve, love, and the specific kind of courage that wasn't about not being afraid but about being afraid and choosing to stand anyway. "March," Ron said. "March," Hermione said. Behind them, the quarter mile of burned forest smoked and cooled in the February night, and the remaining trees stood dark and watchful and waiting, and somewhere deep beneath the earth, a piece of Voldemort's soul pulsed with fury and fear. Harry turned his back on it. Walked toward the castle. Toward the lights and the people and the life he was trying to protect. The fire in his chest was quiet now. Not settled. Not calm. Just, ready. Waiting for March. He found Hagrid's hut dark when he passed it. Harry stopped. Knocked. No answer. He opened the door. The hut was empty, Hagrid was still at the castle, probably helping with the injured, but Fawn was there, whimpering on his bed in the corner, and the hut showed signs of recent distress. A chair overturned. A mug shattered on the floor. Photographs on the mantelpiece, the forest, always the forest, Hagrid's forest, his home within a home, knocked askew. Hagrid had heard about the quarter mile. Harry righted the chair. Repaired the mug. Straightened the photographs. One of them caught his eye. Old, faded, barely moving, a young Hagrid, maybe 20, standing at the forest's edge with a broad grin and one enormous hand resting on a tree trunk. The tree was massive, oak, maybe, ancient and gnarled, and Hagrid was looking at it the way people looked at things they loved. Harry stared at the photograph for a long time. Then he left the hut, and walked to the castle, and didn't look back at the forest. He couldn't afford to. Chapter 3, From the Ashes. Chapter 3, From the Ashes. March 1st arrived like a sentence being carried out. No fanfare. No dramatic weather. Just a grey Scottish morning with low clouds and a light rain that couldn't decide if it wanted to be mist or drizzle, so it compromised by being both, the kind of weather that got into everything, your clothes, your bones, your mood. The castle woke up the way it always did, students groaning at alarm chimes, the smell of toast drifting up stairwells, the distant clatter of Peeves knocking over a suit of armor on the third floor because chaos was his love language. Harry had been awake since 4. Not because of nightmares, he'd actually slept, for once, a deep, dreamless black that felt less like rest and more like his body hoarding energy for what was coming. He'd woken in the dark with the fire burning steady in his chest, not agitated, not screaming, just present in a way it hadn't been in weeks. Like it had stopped arguing with him and settled into a quiet agreement. Today, the fire seemed to say. Yeah, Harry thought back. Today. He dressed in the dark. The loose cotton clothes, not robes, anything he wore would burn off during the transformation anyway, and Hermione had pointed out, with the clinical detachment of someone who had thought way too hard about the logistics of magical nudity, that he'd need clothes waiting for him after. She'd prepared a bundle, jeans, a t-shirt, trainers, the Weasley sweater Molly had knitted for Christmas. Everything fire-resistant. Everything waiting in a charmed bag at the forest's edge. Harry's pockets held 4 things. His wand. The Marauder's map. The photograph of his parents, the one from the album Hagrid had given him first year, Lily and James waving, smiling, forever young, forever alive. And Ginny's letter, still sealed, warm against his hip. He left the dormitory without waking Ron. They'd said everything they needed to say last night, in the room of requirement, over sandwiches that nobody ate and butterbeer that nobody drank. The 3 of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, sitting in a triangle on the floor, the map of the forest spread between them like a battlefield plan, which it was. The containment ward is active, Hermione had said, her voice steady with the forced calm of someone who had rehearsed this briefing so many times the words had lost their sharp edges. 12 runic anchors, placed at intervals around the forest's perimeter, creating a dome of suppressive energy keyed specifically to Phoenix fire. The ward will contain the thermal output within the forest boundary. Heat will vent upward through the dome's apex, preventing pressure buildup. Smoke will be channeled through filtered vents in the upper structure. She'd shown them the diagrams. They were beautiful, intricate runic patterns in Hermione's precise handwriting, each one annotated with calculations and cross-references. Beautiful and terrible, like blueprints for a controlled catastrophe. The ward will hold for approximately 6 hours before the runic anchors need recharging. That's our window. 6 hours. And if the burn takes longer? Ron had asked. It won't. Hermione had looked at Harry. Based on the area calculations and Harry's demonstrated fire output during the February attack, full-scale Phoenix fire covering the entire forest should take between 3 and 5 hours. The 6-hour window provides a safety margin. 3 to 5 hours. In Phoenix form. Past the 30-minute safe limit by a factor of 6 to 10. Nobody had said anything about that. They didn't need to. Ron's evacuation update had been more complicated. Unicorns are out. Hagrid moved the last herd 3 days ago, they're in the Highland Meadows north of Hogsmeade, not happy about it, but safe. Thestrals are staging at the east boundary, they'll fly when the fire starts. Hippogriffs have been relocated to the Hebrides Sanctuary, Buckbeak went with them, Hagrid nearly died saying goodbye. Ron had consulted his notes, actual notes, on actual parchment, organized and thorough in a way that would have made Hermione proud if she hadn't been too stressed to notice. Bowtruckles are the tricky ones. There are estimated 300 in the forest, and they don't exactly respond to verbal commands. Hagrid's been collecting them by hand for 2 weeks. He thinks he's got about 2/3. The rest? Ron's jaw had tightened. We'll do another sweep at dawn. But some of them are deep in the corruption zone. Hagrid can't reach them safely. The Acromantulas. The centaurs. These were the two great unknowns, the gaps in the plan that no amount of preparation could fill. The Acromantulas had flatly refused to leave. The new colony leadership, Aragog's successors, who lacked his tenuous relationship with Hagrid, had responded to every diplomatic approach with aggression. 3 Order members had been driven back by advance scouts. Hagrid had tried personally and had come back with web burns on his arms and a face like a funeral. "We can't force them," Ron had said quietly. "There are hundreds. We don't have the manpower or the time." Nobody had said what that meant. The silence said it for them. The Centaurs were a different story. After weeks of deliberation, and, Harry suspected, after the February attack had driven the corruption's reality home in a way that arguments couldn't, Bane had sent a message through Forenza. 3 words, "We will leave." No terms. No conditions. No promises of return. Just the acknowledgement that the stars said fire, and the Centaurs would not stand in its path. They'd begun moving 2 days ago, traveling north in a column that Forenza described as solemn. Hundreds of Centaurs, families, foals, carrying what they could, leaving behind a territory they'd inhabited for centuries. Forenza had stayed behind. He'd insisted. Someone must witness, he'd told Harry, his voice heavy with a grief that went beyond personal loss into something ancient and communal. The forest's death must be seen by those who knew it. That is the least we owe. Harry hadn't argued. You didn't argue with grief like that. You just stood beside it and hoped your presence meant something. So last night, in the room of requirement, with the plan laid out and the preparations as complete as they were going to get, the 3 of them had sat in silence and stared at the map and felt the weight of what was coming. Ron had broken it first. "Remember second year?" He'd said, out of nowhere. "When we followed the spiders into the forest and Aragog's lot tried to eat us, and we escaped in Dad's flying car?" "I try to repress that memory, actually," Harry had said. "I screamed the entire time. The entire time." Hermione would have been ashamed. "I would have been screaming too," Hermione had said. "No, you wouldn't have. You'd have been casting Aranea Exumi with perfect form while lecturing us about Acromantula social hierarchies." Hermione had smiled. A real one, small and warm and sad around the edges. "Third year," she'd said. "Buckbeak. Running through the pumpkin patch in the dark with a hippogriff and a fugitive. That was the night I punched Malfoy. Best night of my life," Ron had said. "I mean, I was in the hospital with a broken leg, but the story, Hermione Granger, punching Draco Malfoy in the face. I dined out on that for months." "Fourth year," Harry had said. "You two arguing constantly while I tried not to die in a tournament I didn't enter. Classic us." "Fifth year. The DA. Teaching everyone in a secret room, feeling like we were actually doing something. Like we weren't just kids waiting for adults to fix things." "We weren't," Hermione had said. "We were never just kids." The silence after that was different. Softer. Full of shared history and the specific kind of love that didn't need words because it had been forged in basilisk chambers and forbidden corridors and flying cars and secret armies and 6 years of standing together against things that should have broken them. "Whatever happens tomorrow," Harry had said, "you two are the best thing that ever happened to me. I need you to know that." "Shut up," Ron had said thickly. "I'm serious." "I know you are." "Shut up anyway." Ron's eyes were bright. "We'll be there tomorrow. Right there. At the forest's edge. Waiting for you to come back." "And you will come back," Hermione had said, fierce and certain and terrified all at once. "You will come back, Harry James Potter, or I will find a way to resurrect you and kill you again myself." Harry had laughed. The fire had surged. The room of requirement had gotten very warm. They'd hugged. All 3, tangled and awkward and holding on too tight. Nobody cried. Nobody needed to. Now it was morning, and Harry was walking through the castle alone. The corridors were empty at this hour, just the ghosts drifting through walls and the portraits snoring in their frames and the occasional house elf scurrying on breakfast duty. Harry's footsteps echoed on stone that he'd walked 10,000 times, past classrooms where he'd learned and fought and failed and succeeded, past the bathroom where he'd brewed polyjuice potion and the hallway where he'd first seen a three-headed dog and the window where he'd watched his first Hogwarts sunset and thought, I'm home. He stopped at that window now. The view was the same as always, the grounds, the lake, the mountains. And the forest. The dark, sprawling, ancient mass of the Forbidden Forest, stretching to the horizon under the grey morning sky. From here, you couldn't see the corruption. The dead trees, the blackened clearings, the slow rot spreading outward from the Horcrux's hiding place, all of it was hidden under the canopy, invisible from a distance. The forest just looked like a forest. Old and green and vast and alive. Harry pressed his hand against the cold glass. I'm sorry, he said quietly. To the forest. To the creatures still inside it. To the trees that had stood for 1,000 years and would be ash by nightfall. The glass warmed under his palm. A handprint of condensation formed around his fingers, heat bleeding through stone and glass, and for a moment the fire in his chest burned not with purpose or readiness but with grief. He let himself feel it. Then he let it go. He had work to do. The staging area was at the forest's northeast edge, the spot closest to the clearing where the Horcrux's signal was strongest. Hermione had chosen it based on fire dynamics. Phoenix fire will spread from the ignition point outward in all directions, but prevailing wind patterns and the forest's magical topology suggest a northeast to southwest burn front, and Ron had chosen it because it offered the clearest line of sight and the most defensible position for the support team. The support team. Harry still wasn't entirely comfortable with that term, because support team implied a level of organizational competence that felt aspirational at best, but here they were. Dumbledore stood at the center, his violet robes pristine despite the drizzle, radiating the composed authority of a man who had orchestrated more desperate gambits than most people had hot dinners. His wand was drawn, the Elder Wand, Harry now knew, though that knowledge was a conversation for another day, and his eyes were fixed on the forest with an expression that balanced determination and sorrow in equal measure. McGonagall flanked him, wearing what Harry could only describe as battle tartan, her robes reinforced, her hat at a martial angle, her face set in the expression that had cowed generations of students and would, today, be turned toward keeping the perimeter secure. Lupin was there, looking tired and grim and quietly furious at the universe for once again asking too much of a child. Tonks beside him, her hair cycling through colors in a way Harry had learned meant she was nervous, bubblegum pink to deep red to violet and back, an unconscious emotional barometer. Moody. Kingsley. Arthur Weasley, who had taken the day off from the ministry and was standing with his hands in his pockets and a look on his face that said he'd rather be anywhere else but wouldn't dream of being anywhere else. And Hagrid. Hagrid was enormous and silent and still, standing at the very edge of the tree line with Fong pressed against his leg, looking at the forest the way you'd look at someone you loved lying in a hospital bed. Waiting. Mourning before the death, because sometimes the anticipation was worse. Harry walked up to him. Didn't say anything at first. Just stood beside the man who'd carried him out of a ruined house when he was 1 year old, who'd given him his first birthday cake, who'd introduced him to magic, who loved this forest more than he loved most people. I'm sorry, Hagrid. Hagrid didn't look at him. His eyes were on the trees. When he spoke, his voice was thick and rough, like gravel being pushed through a pipe. First time I went in there, I was 13. Just expelled, just been told I couldn't do magic no more, feelin' like the whole world had ended. He swallowed. And the forest didn't care about none o' that. Didn't care if I was expelled or innocent or scared. It was just there. Big and dark and full o' things I'd never seen. And I thought, this is where I belong. Not in the castle with the students and the lessons. Here. With the creatures. With the trees. His voice cracked. Just slightly. A fracture in a boulder. 60 years, Harry. I've walked every path. I know every clearing, every stream, every tree old enough to have a name. I named some of 'em myself. He laughed, a short, broken sound. There's an oak, 'bout a mile in, that I call Margaret. Don't know why. She just looked like a Margaret. Harry's throat was tight. I know ye have to do it, Hagrid said. I know there's no other way. I'm not angry at ye, Harry. I could never be angry at ye. He finally looked down, and his beetle-black eyes were swimming. Just promise me something, Anything. When it's done. When it's all ash and smoke and ruin. Promise me ye'll help me plant the first tree. Harry's fire surged, not with power or purpose, but with something raw. Something that burned behind his eyes and made his vision blur. I promise. Hagrid nodded. Once. Reached down and put his dustbin-lid hand on Harry's shoulder, gently, so gently for a man his size. Yerry a good lad, Harry. Your mum and dad, they'd be proud. They'd be so proud. Harry couldn't speak. He nodded instead, and Hagrid patted his shoulder once more, and then turned back to the forest and resumed his vigil, and Harry walked away with the imprint of that massive, gentle hand burning on his shoulder like a brand. Ron and Hermione were at the staging point, looking the way people look before a battle they might not win, alert, pale, vibrating with the kind of energy that's 1 degree removed from panic and calling itself readiness. Hermione had a runic control panel, a flat stone tablet covered in glowing symbols that connected her to the 12 containment ward anchors around the forest. She could monitor the ward's integrity, adjust power distribution, and, if necessary, reinforce weak points in real time. It was brilliant, obviously. She'd built it in a week, and Professor Vector had pronounced it, the most elegant field deployment runic interface I've seen in 30 years of academic practice, which Hermione had pretended not to be enormously pleased about. Ron had binoculars. Magical ones, charmed for heat vision, smoke penetration, and distance magnification. His job was simple and critical: watch Harry. Track his flight path. Monitor for signs of distress. And if, when, Harry came down, be the first person there. You've got the anchors? Harry asked Hermione. She patted her pockets. The memory objects, the photograph, the map, the sweater, had been duplicated with linked charms, one set on Harry's person and one in Hermione's control panel. When Harry's human consciousness wavered, Hermione could trigger the duplicates, sending a pulse of associated memory and emotion through the magical link. Like an alarm clock for his soul. Every 15 minutes, she said. I'll send a pulse. You should feel it as a pull, a tug toward human awareness. If you feel it, respond. Any response. A change in flight pattern, a specific cry, anything I can see from the ground. And if I don't respond? Hermione's face didn't change. Then I escalate. Stronger pulses. More frequent. If you miss 3 consecutive pulses, I activate the emergency recall, a full power blast through all linked objects simultaneously. It will be unpleasant. How unpleasant? Imagine every important memory of your life hitting you at once. Like being born backward. Lovely. It'll work, Hermione said. It will work, Harry. The certainty in her voice was a wall. A fortress. She had built it brick by brick over months of research and preparation, and she was standing behind it and daring the universe to knock it down. Ron had no such fortress. Ron's face was open and scared and resolute in the way that only Ron Weasley's face could be, incapable of hiding what he felt, unwilling to pretend. Come back, Ron said. Not a request. An instruction. A best mate command issued with the full authority of 6 years of friendship. I'll come back. I mean it. I'm not doing the rest of this war without you. The whole chosen one thing is your job, and I'm not picking up the slack. Harry grinned. It felt strange on his face, too light for the moment, too easy, but Ron's returning grin was warm and real and exactly what Harry needed. Wouldn't dream of it. They clasped hands. Pulled in. The kind of half-hug that boys did when they were trying not to fall apart and mostly succeeding. Ginny was waiting 10 paces away. She was wearing jeans and a jacket and her hair was pulled back and her wand was in her hand and she looked like she'd been awake for hours and hadn't slept much before that and she was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. He walked to her. She met him halfway. "Don't you dare give me a speech," she said. "Don't you dare stand there and say something noble and self-sacrificing like this is the last time we'll talk, because it's not, and if you treat it like it is, I'll hex you before you even get to the transformation." "I wasn't going to, you were. I can see it on your face. The farewell speech face. Put it away." Harry laughed. God, she was good at this. At cutting through the weight of a moment without dismissing it, at refusing to let gravity win without pretending it wasn't there. "Okay," he said. "No speech. Just what?" He kissed her. Not carefully, not gently, not with the restrained caution of their first kiss in the room of requirement. He kissed her like the world was ending, which it might be, and like she was the reason it was worth saving, which she was, and the fire in his chest roared, not with destruction but with something incandescent and fierce and alive, something that had nothing to do with phoenixes or horcruxes or war and everything to do with a girl who sat with him in cold towers and called him a stubborn fireplace and wrote him letters he hadn't read yet. When they separated, Ginny's eyes were bright and her cheeks were flushed and the air between them was literally steaming. "Your lips are really warm," she said, and her voice was shaking, just slightly. "Like tea. Like home." Harry pressed his forehead against hers. Breathed. The fire settled, one last time, one last moment of home before he let it become something else. "I'll come back," he said. "I know." She put her hand on his chest, right over his heart, right where the fire lived. "I'll be right here." He stepped back. She let him go. Harry turned toward the forest. It stood there. Dark. Ancient. Corrupted. Dying. He could feel the Horcrux. Stronger than ever now, a heartbeat of wrongness pulsing deep underground, the dark magic saturating every root and branch and leaf. The forest was a body, and the Horcrux was a cancer, and the cancer had metastasized, and the only treatment left was the one that killed the patient to save the world. Dumbledore appeared at his side. The old man said nothing for a long moment, and they stood together looking at the trees. "I have made many difficult decisions in my life, Harry," Dumbledore said finally. "Some were wrong. Some were cruel. Some were necessary in ways that haunt me still." He paused. "What you are about to do is the bravest thing I have ever witnessed. And I include in that assessment a great many acts of extraordinary courage by people far older than you. I don't feel brave. Bravery never feels like bravery. It feels like fear with better posture." "Despite everything," Harry snorted. "Minerva will coordinate the perimeter defense," Dumbledore continued. "If the Horcrux responds to the burn with aggression, as we expect, the Order will hold the line. Your only task is the fire, Harry. Burn. Don't stop. Don't come down. No matter what you see or hear from the ground, don't come down until it's done. And if I start losing myself, Miss Granger's recall system will anchor you. And..." Dumbledore hesitated. "Just for a fraction of a second. Fawkes will be with you." Harry blinked. "What?" A trill. Warm, golden, achingly familiar. Harry looked up. Fawkes was descending from the sky in a slow spiral, his scarlet and gold plumage blazing against the grey clouds like a hole punched in the overcast to let the sun through. He was gorgeous, the way phoenixes were always gorgeous, impossibly beautiful in a way that made your chest ache, and he was heading straight for Harry. The phoenix landed on Harry's shoulder. The weight was warm, almost negligible. Fawkes turned his head and regarded Harry with one bright, ancient eye. The fire in Harry's chest sang. Not the destructive cry, not the battle song, a recognition. A greeting. One fire acknowledging another, like family meeting after a long separation. Harry felt Fawkes' presence merge with his own phoenix essence, two flames touching, and the resulting resonance was so deep and pure that it made his vision blur. Fawkes has been alive for over 500 years, Dumbledore said softly. He has witnessed the rise and fall of Dark Lords, the burning and regrowth of forests, the cycle of destruction and renewal that defines his nature. He understands what you're about to do better than any human ever could. He will fly with you. And if you begin to lose yourself in the fire, his song will call you back. Harry reached up and touched Fawkes' breast feathers. They were hot, not painfully so, but noticeably, a warmth that matched his own. The phoenix trilled softly, and the sound was comfort and encouragement and a gentle, ancient patience that said, I know. I've done this before. Let me show you. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. He didn't mean just for Fawkes. He meant for all of it, the training, the lessons, the truth about the Horcruxes, even the manipulation. Especially the manipulation. Because Dumbledore had been right, even when he'd been wrong, even when his methods had been cruel, and the result was this, Harry, standing at the edge of a dying forest, capable of saving it through destruction, because an old man had seen the potential in a scared boy and had the audacity to believe in it. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. He didn't speak. He simply inclined his head, and stepped back, and gave Harry the stage. Hermione activated the containment ward at. The effect was invisible but tangible, a dome of runic energy springing to life around the forest's perimeter, contained by the 12 anchors, shimmering at the edges if you knew where to look. Inside the dome, the air changed, became denser, heavier, like the space inside a sealed room. Outside, the morning continued as normal. The forest felt the ward. Harry sensed it through the fire, a shift in the magical pressure, the corruption pressing against the dome's boundaries like a hand testing a cage. It pushed. The dome held. Ward is active, Hermione called from her control panel. All 12 anchors reading stable. Power distribution nominal. Perimeter secure, McGonagall reported from 20 paces away, where she'd stationed herself with Lupin, Tonks, and 6 other Order members in a defensive arc facing the tree line. No movement from the forest. Evacuation teams confirm all clear on the south and west boundaries, Ron said, binoculars raised, scanning. Hagrid reports no creatures in the immediate burn zone. We're as ready as we're going to be. Harry stood at the edge. Fawkes was on his shoulder. The Marauder's map was in his left pocket, the photograph in his right, Ginny's letter against his hip, the Weasley sweater folded in the charmed bag 10 feet behind him. The fire was burning high and steady in his chest, not fighting him, not struggling, just ready, the way a river was ready to flow when you opened the dam. He turned around one last time. The support team. The Order. His friends. Ron, standing with binoculars and a face full of terrified love. Hermione, bent over her control panel, fingers flying, already working, always working. Ginny, 10 paces back, wand drawn, eyes fixed on him, steady as a lighthouse in a storm. Hagrid, enormous and silent at the tree line, one hand on Fong, the other pressed against the nearest standing tree in what looked very much like a goodbye. Dumbledore, calm and ancient and carrying the weight of this decision in his eyes even though it wasn't his to carry. Harry raised a hand. Not a wave, just a hand, palm out, fingers spread. I see you. I'm here. I'm going. Ron raised his hand back. So did Hermione, without looking up from her panel. Ginny didn't raise her hand, she pressed it against her own chest, mirror of where she'd touched his, and the gesture said everything. Harry turned to face the forest. Breathed in. Let go. The transformation was different this time. Every other time, in the dormitory, at the lake, during training, at the February battle, there had been a moment of resistance. A threshold to cross, a door to push through, the human body protesting the fundamental rewrite of its nature. This time, there was no resistance. Harry let go and the fire leaped. It was like stepping off a cliff and discovering you were the sky. His body didn't change so much as transcend, flesh becoming flame, bones becoming light, the heavy, limited, wonderful machinery of a human body dissolving into something vast and bright and borderless. The pain, there was always pain, a stretching sensation, a moment of being nothing before becoming something else, was brief and distant, like hearing a shout from underwater. And then he was the phoenix. The world snapped into a clarity so extreme it was almost violent. Every color was saturated to the point of vibration. Every sound was a texture. The magical spectrum, invisible to human eyes, blazed into view like a second sun, and Harry could see everything, the containment dome shimmering with Hermione's runic energy, the ley lines pulsing beneath the earth like veins of liquid gold, the corruption woven through the forest like black thread in a tapestry, and there, deep, deep beneath the canopy, the Horcrux, a knot of darkness so dense it bent the magical field around it like a stone in a stream. Fawkes launched from his shoulder, no, from the space where his shoulder had been, and rose beside him, wings beating in perfect synchronization, two phoenixes ascending into the grey Scottish sky like twin suns rising. The people on the ground watched. Later, they would describe it differently. Some said they saw a bird of pure gold, others a column of fire shaped like wings, others just light, so much light that it bleached the color from the world and left everything washed in gold. Hagrid would say, years later with tears rolling down his face, that it was the most beautiful and the most terrible thing he'd ever seen. Harry rose. 100 feet. 200. 300, the castle shrinking below him, the lake becoming a mirror, the mountains stretching to the horizon. The forest spread beneath him, 50 square miles of canopy, green and dark and ancient, hiding its sickness under a mask of life. Not for much longer. Harry, the phoenix that was Harry, opened his beak and sang. The phoenix cry rang out across the highlands. It wasn't the shattered glass scream of his first transformation or the warhorn blast of the February battle. It was something else entirely, a declaration, a warning, a mourning. The song carried across miles, bouncing off mountains, rolling over the lake, penetrating the castle walls and the earth itself. In Hogsmeade, people stopped walking and looked up. In the castle, students pressed against windows. In the forest, every living thing that could still hear went silent. Then Harry folded his wings and dove. He hit the canopy like a meteor. The fire erupted. Here is the thing about Phoenix fire that no textbook adequately describes, that no second-hand account can capture, that you have to see, or be, to understand. It's alive. Not alive the way a flame is alive, flickering and dancing and consuming fuel. Alive the way a mind is alive, purposeful, intelligent, aware. Phoenix fire doesn't burn indiscriminately. It chooses. It reads the magical signature of everything it touches and makes a decision, purify or pass, consume or spare, in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Harry's fire hit the canopy and spread like a liquid, flowing across branches and leaves and trunks with a speed that defied physics. But it wasn't random. The fire sought out corruption first, racing along the black veins of dark magic that networked through the forest like a diseased circulatory system, burning them out with surgical ferocity. Trees that were fully corrupted, petrified, blackened, dead, went up like torches, the dark magic inside them igniting with a shriek that was audible on the ground. Trees that were partially corrupted burned slower, the fire working through them layer by layer, separating the dark from the natural, purifying what it could and consuming what it couldn't. And the trees that were still clean, still alive, still uncorrupted, burned too. Because they had to. Because the Horcrux's network ran through the soil itself, through the root systems, through the very earth, and you couldn't burn the disease without burning the body. Harry felt every tree. That was the part he hadn't expected. The phoenix awareness was so vast, so sensitive, that every tree his fire touched registered as a distinct sensation, a flare of data, a burst of magical information, the tree's entire history compressed into a single instant of contact. He felt a 300-year-old oak, Margaret, Hagrid's Margaret, and for a fraction of a second he experienced its entire existence, the acorn that became a sapling, the decades of growth, the storms survived, the creatures sheltered, the deep slow patience of a living thing that measured time in centuries. Then it burned. And Harry screamed, the phoenix cry, raw and agonized, tearing across the sky, because he felt it die. Not the way a fire kills a tree, the simple chemistry of combustion. The way a mind recognizes an ending. The way you feel a door close that will never open again. Don't stop. Don't come down. No matter what. He didn't stop. The fire spread. East to west, north to south, a tide of gold and white rolling across the canopy in a wave that could be seen from space if anyone had been looking. The containment dome held, Hermione's runic anchors flaring with effort, channeling the thermal energy upward through the apex vent, a column of heat and light rising into the clouds like a pillar holding up the sky. On the ground, the world had become a war zone. The Horcrux, feeling itself under assault, responded with everything it had. The remaining corrupted trees, the ones still standing ahead of the fire front, moved, their roots erupting from the soil to form barriers, walls of writhing wood that tried to block the fire's advance. Dark creatures, things that had been breeding in the forest's corrupted depths for years, things that had no names because they'd never been catalogued, burst from the underbrush and charged the perimeter. McGonagall's defensive line met them. "Hold!" She roared, her voice carrying over the inferno's roar with the authority of a woman who had been telling things what to do for 4 decades and was not about to stop now. Her wand carved patterns in the air, stone golems rising, shield charms layering, transfigured barriers springing up to channel the dark creatures into kill zones. Lupin fought with the controlled savagery of a man who had spent his life holding something dangerous inside him and had gotten very, very good at it. His curses were precise and devastating, each one placed with economy, no wasted movement, no wasted energy. Tonks matched him spell for spell, her aura training turning her into a blur of motion and light, and when a corrupted tree sent a root spike at Lupin's back, she blasted it to splinters without breaking stride. Moody was enjoying himself, the mad old bastard, his magical eye spinning in its socket as he tracked threats in every direction simultaneously, his wand arm a metronome of destruction. "Is that all you've got?" he bellowed at the forest, and a corrupted tree root lunged for his wooden leg and he kicked it so hard it shattered. "Come on, then." Ron watched through his binoculars. "Not the battle, Harry. His job was Harry. Nothing else." "He's moving southwest," Ron reported, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. "Fire front is 2 miles in. Speed is consistent. He's still flying in patterns, Hermione. Deliberate patterns. He's still in there." "The first pulse is due in 3 minutes, Hermione said, her fingers dancing across the runic panel. "Ward integrity at 92%. Anchor 6 is drawing more power than projected, the fire's hotter in the southeast quadrant. Adjusting." Ginny stood between them, wand drawn, facing the forest, her job self-appointed and non-negotiable, protect the brains and the eyes while they did their work. A dark shape lunged from the tree line toward Hermione's position, and Ginny hit it with a bat bogey hex so powerful it disintegrated mid-charge. "Nice," Ron said without lowering his binoculars. "Focus." Focusing. Inside the fire, Harry flew. The burn was 40 minutes in, and the fight for his mind had begun. The Phoenix didn't think in words. It experienced the world as a continuous flow of sensation, heat gradients, magical densities, the rushing ecstasy of fire meeting air and creating more of itself. It didn't have opinions or memories or fears. It just was, in a way that was so complete, so total, so overwhelmingly simple that human consciousness felt, by comparison, like being trapped in a box. Harry could feel himself dissolving. Not physically, his phoenix body was fine, stronger than ever, the fire pouring from him in an inexhaustible torrent. But his self, Harry, the boy, the person, was thinning. Like watercolors in rain. The edges of his identity blurring, bleeding into the phoenix's vast, wordless awareness. He knew Ron's name. He knew Hermione's name. He knew his own name. But the feelings attached to those names, the warmth, the love, the specific texture of 6 years of shared history, were fading, replaced by the phoenix's simpler, more powerful emotional palette: burn, fly, purify, burn. Pulse. Hermione's anchor charm hit him like a cold splash of water. Not painful, sharp, a sudden intrusion of human frequency emotion into the phoenix's continuous stream. He felt the photograph in his pocket, Lily and James, waving, and for a disorienting instant he was there, in the photograph, his mother's red hair and his father's glasses and the way they looked at him like he was the most important thing in the world. Harry banked left. A deliberate change in flight pattern. The signal. On the ground, Ron exhaled. He responded. He's still there. Noted, Hermione said. Next pulse in 15 minutes. 45 minutes. The fire had consumed maybe 8 square miles. The corruption burned hard and hot, the dark magic igniting with a ferocity that exceeded even Harry's natural output, the Horcrux's own energy feeding the fire that was killing it. In the areas where corruption was densest, the flames turned white, not golden, not orange, but a searing, colorless white that was less fire and more unmaking, a fundamental reversal of the dark magic's existence. The Horcrux fought back. Not just with creatures and corrupted trees, with the forest itself, with the ley lines, with the deep magic of the land. Harry felt it, a resistance, a pulling, like flying into a headwind made of malice. The dark magic tried to smother his fire, tried to choke it with shadow, tried to cut him off from the oxygen of his own magical core. It failed. Phoenix fire didn't need oxygen. It didn't need fuel. It existed because it existed, a self-sustaining cycle of creation and destruction that no external force could interrupt. The Horcrux could slow the burn, could make it harder, could force Harry to push when he should be flowing, but it couldn't stop it. 1 hour. 12 square miles. The second pulse hit. Harry felt the Marauder's map, the footprints of his father, Sirius, Lupin, Pettigrew, and the associated rush of memory was so intense that he nearly transformed back mid-flight. The longing for human form, for human thought, for the simple comfort of a body with hands and feet and a mouth that could speak, it hit him like a wall. He held. Changed his flight pattern. Kept burning. On the ground, Hermione tracked the ward's performance with increasing tension. Anchor 6 was still drawing excess power. Anchor 9 had developed a harmonic fluctuation that she didn't like. The dome was holding, but the fire's intensity was testing the upper limits of her design. The heat output is 15% above projections, she said, her voice tight. The corruption is burning hotter than expected. The Horcrux's magic is acting as accelerant. Is the ward going to hold? Ron asked. It'll hold. Hermione's fingers moved faster. I built in a 20% safety margin. We're still within tolerance. Hermione. She looked up. Ron was watching her, not the sky. His face was calm. The steady, anchoring calm of a person who knew their role and was executing it perfectly. It'll hold, she repeated. More quietly. More honestly. I built it to hold. Ron nodded. Raised his binoculars. He's passing the Acromantula territory, he said. And then, softer, God. Through the binoculars, enhanced for distance and heat penetration, Ron could see the fire front advancing through the densest part of the forest, the southeast quadrant where Aragog's colony had refused to evacuate. The silk webs burned first, great curtains of the stuff going up like flash paper, and behind them the nest structures, elaborate tunnel systems and breeding chambers built from silk and soil and the bones of prey. The acromantulas ran. Those that could. Smaller ones, faster ones, pouring from the burning forest in a tide of legs and mandibles, and the perimeter team let them go. They were running, not attacking, their dark magic compulsion shattered by the loss of the Horcrux's network in this area, reduced to ordinary, enormous, terrifying, but ordinary, magical creatures acting on survival instinct. The larger ones, the adults, the elders, the massive breeding females that couldn't move fast enough, didn't make it. Ron watched through the binoculars and didn't look away and didn't say anything and carried it, because that was his job, too. Carrying the things that Harry couldn't see from the sky. 1 hour 30. 20 square miles. Harry was losing time. Not blacking out, not the 12-second fugue of his early training. Something subtler. The intervals between thoughts were stretching. He'd be aware, Harry, thinking in words, making decisions about direction and intensity, and then there'd be a gap, a space where the Phoenix's wordless awareness took over, and when he came back he'd have traveled 5 miles without any memory of choosing to. The third pulse hit. The Weasley sweater's emotional signature, warmth, family, Molly's hands knitting by the fire, the specific smell of the Burrow kitchen, dragged him back to human consciousness like a lifeline thrown across a widening chasm. He responded. Barely. A wingdip that Ron caught through the binoculars and reported with a voice that was starting to crack. He's still there. But he's fading. The responses are getting smaller. I can increase pulse intensity, Hermione said. Do it. 2 hours. 30 square miles. The forest was dying in a crescent-shaped wave of fire that stretched from horizon to horizon. Behind the fire front, the landscape was unrecognizable, a moonscape of ash and smoke and blackened earth, skeletal remains of trees standing like charcoal sentinels in a grey wasteland. The smoke column rose miles into the sky, channeled by Hermione's dome, a pillar of white and grey that could be seen from Edinburgh. In Hogsmeade, people stood in the streets and watched the sky burn. In the castle, students pressed against windows and some of them cried, though they couldn't have said exactly why. At the perimeter, the dark creatures had stopped coming. The Horcrux's network in the burned areas was gone, simply erased, the corrupted ley lines purified by Phoenix fire, the dark magic reduced to inert ash. Whatever intelligence guided the defense had lost its foothold in 30 of the forest's 50 square miles, and its remaining forces were pulling back, concentrating, consolidating around the core. Around the Horcrux itself. Harry felt it. Even through the growing fog of Phoenix mind, even through the stretching intervals and the thinning edges of his identity, he felt the Horcrux. It was ahead of him, southwest, deep, the center of the remaining corruption, the heart of the disease that he'd been cutting toward for 2 hours. And it was screaming. Not audibly. Magically. A psychic shriek of rage and terror that resonated through the ley lines and the earth and the fire itself, and Harry felt it because the fire felt it, and the fire felt it because the fire was designed to feel it, was made to seek out exactly this kind of darkness and burn it away. The Horcrux knew it was going to die. And somewhere in Britain, in a manor house, in a high-backed chair, surrounded by followers who feared him, Lord Voldemort doubled over in pain and pressed a hand to his chest where his soul was fracturing, and felt, for the first time in decades, genuine terror. 2 hours 30. 38 square miles. Harry stopped responding to the pulses. Harry. Hermione's voice, sharp, scared, her fingers flying across the runic panel. Harry, respond. Change flight pattern, change altitude, anything. Through the binoculars, Ron tracked the Phoenix, a blazing comet trailing fire across what was left of the canopy. The flight patterns had changed. No more deliberate sweeps, no more controlled burn fronts. The Phoenix was flying in instinct patterns, spirals and dives and thermal riding arcs that had nothing to do with strategy and everything to do with the joy of burning. He's gone full bird, Ron said. His voice was flat. Professional. The voice of a chess player who'd seen the board go sideways and was already calculating the recovery. Hermione, hit him. I'm trying. The emotional resonance hit him harder. Hermione activated the emergency recall. Every linked object fired simultaneously. The photograph, the map, the sweater, the letter, all of them pulsed with maximum intensity emotional resonance, flooding the magical link with 16 years of human memory compressed into a single burst. In the sky, the phoenix lurched. Harry felt it. Like being hit by a train made of feelings, Lily's face, James's laugh, Ron saying, "Come on Harry," on the Hogwarts Express first year, Hermione's hand on his arm in the library, Hagrid's birthday cake with the misspelled name, Dumbledore's office and Fox Trill and the Sorting Hat shouting Gryffindor and the first time he caught the snitch and the Patronus that was his father's form and, Ginny. The letter. The sealed letter in his pocket, warm against a body that was made of fire. He hadn't read it. She'd said don't read it now. She'd said read it if you start to forget. He was forgetting. He could feel it, the human framework, the hairy structure, crumbling under the weight of the phoenix's vast, wordless everything. In another few minutes, there wouldn't be enough of him left to remember there was something to forget. Read it if you start to forget. But he was a phoenix. He didn't have hands. He didn't have eyes that read words. He had fire. And the letter was in his pocket. And the pocket was part of him, because the clothes had burned away hours ago and the charmed objects were held against his phoenix body by magic alone. Harry reached for the letter with his mind. With the fire. With whatever was left of the boy inside the bird. The seal broke. The letter didn't have words. Not written words. Ginny was too smart for that, had known that by the time he needed it, he might be past reading. Instead, the letter was a charm. A memory. Her memory, sealed in parchment, keyed to his magical signature, waiting to be opened. It hit him like sunrise. Ginny, 11 years old, sitting in the Chamber of Secrets, cold and dying, and then Harry was there, 12, terrified, bleeding from a basilisk bite, and he was pulling her up, and her eyes were opening, and the first thing she saw was his face, and the feeling of being saved, of being found, of looking at someone and thinking, "Oh, there you are, I've been waiting for you my whole life." The memory shifted. Ginny in the Ollery, shoulder to shoulder, watching owls, and the thing inside her chest that she'd been carrying since she was 10, the quiet, stubborn, unshakable love for a boy who didn't know she existed, that had grown and changed and matured into something real, something adult, something with roots, shifted again. Ginny watching Harry transform for the first time during a DA meeting, watching the fire bloom from his hands, and thinking not, "I'm afraid," but "I'm proud," and "I love him," and "he's going to need someone to bring him back," and again. Ginny writing this letter at 3 in the morning, tears on her face, her handwriting deliberately channeled into wand work, pouring everything she felt into a charm small enough to fit in a pocket, thinking, if he forgets everything else, let him remember this. Let him remember that someone loves him. Let him remember that he has something to come back to. Come back. Come back, come back, come back. The phoenix screamed. Not in pain. Not in joy. In recognition. In the utter, world-breaking moment of a being made of fire, remembering that it was also a boy, and that the boy was loved, and that love was a thing worth being human for. Harry. His name was Harry. He was 16 years old and he had green eyes and a scar on his forehead, and his best friends were Ron and Hermione, and the girl he loved was standing on the ground right now watching the sky and waiting for him to come back. The fire inside him didn't diminish. It focused. Human consciousness and phoenix power aligning, merging, becoming something that was neither purely human nor purely phoenix but both, a synthesis, a third thing, the chimeric integration Hermione had theorized about months ago finally manifesting at full scale. Harry the Phoenix, with Harry the boy's mind fully present behind the burning eyes, looked down at the remaining forest. 12 square miles. The corruption's heart. The Horcrux's final stronghold. Every remaining ounce of dark magic was concentrated here, compressed and desperate and screaming. The trees were fully corrupted, not just infected but replaced, their biological nature overridden by dark magic, transformed into something that was tree-shaped but not tree, organic architecture for a malevolent intelligence that knew it was about to die. Harry folded his wings and dove for the last time. Fawkes dove with him. Two phoenixes, scarlet and gold, plunging toward the earth like binary stars going supernova. The fire that preceded them, the bow wave, the advance heat, hit the corrupted canopy at several thousand degrees and the dark trees detonated, the stored dark magic igniting in chain reactions that sent shockwaves radiating outward through the earth. The ground cracked. Split. The clearing, Malfoy's clearing, the corruption's epicenter, tore open like a wound, and the Horcrux, driven from its hiding place by fire and light and the combined fury of two phoenix essences, surfaced. It was hideous. Not a cup or a locket or a diadem, nothing recognizable, nothing human. It was a mass of concentrated dark magic given form by decades of feeding on the forest's life force. A pulsing, writhing knot of shadow and malice that rose from the broken earth like a diseased heart ripped from a chest, trailing roots of dark energy that had been woven through 50 square miles of ancient woodland. It screamed. The sound was not audible. It was magical, a psychic blast of rage and terror that hit Harry's mind like a battering ram and would have shattered his human consciousness if it hadn't been anchored, reinforced, held in place by Ginny's memory charm and Hermione's pulses and the deep, unshakable bedrock of 6 years of friendship and love and stubborn, irrational, magnificent human connection. Harry opened his beak and answered with Phoenix song. Not a cry. A song. Full and rich and complex, a melody that contained everything the Horcrux was not: life, love, warmth, hope, the simple joy of existing, the fundamental assertion that light was older than darkness and would outlast it. Fawkes joined him, their voices harmonizing in a way that transcended music and became something closer to prayer. The fire hit the Horcrux. It didn't burn quickly. Nothing that dark, that deeply entrenched, that saturated with severed soul could burn quickly. The fire had to work through it layer by layer, decades of accumulated dark magic, peeled away like the skin of an onion, each layer screaming as it died. The Horcrux fought, thrashed, resisted, tried to burrow back into the earth, tried to spread itself thin enough to escape the flames, but there was nowhere to go. The forest was gone. Every tree, every root, every ley line that had served as its escape route was ash. The Horcrux was exposed, naked, alone, and the Phoenix fire was everywhere. The final layer burned. The sound it made, the actual, physical sound of a piece of Voldemort's soul being destroyed, was small. Quiet. Almost gentle. Like a long-held breath finally being released. Like a door closing softly on an empty room. And then it was gone. The dark energy dissipated. The psychic pressure vanished. The ley lines, burned clean, pulsed once, twice, and settled into a pattern that was ancient and natural and right, the forest's original magical signature reasserting itself in the void left by the corruption's death. Harry felt it go. The fire in his chest, which had been straining toward this moment for months, which had been pulling him toward the Horcrux like a compass needle toward north, suddenly had no direction. No purpose. No target. It was done. Harry hung in the air above 50 square miles of ash and smoke, a phoenix with nothing left to burn, and for a moment, just a moment, the bird and the boy were in perfect agreement. Come down. He descended. The transformation happened mid-flight, not the violent, crashing reversal of his early attempts but something almost graceful, wings becoming arms, talons becoming feet, fire becoming skin. Harry the boy emerged from Harry the Phoenix like a butterfly from a chrysalis, naked and shaking and falling through smoke-thick air toward the black earth below. Fawkes caught him. The ancient phoenix swooped beneath Harry's falling body, scarlet wings spreading wide, and Harry landed on Fawkes' back with a grunt of surprise and an immediate, instinctive grab for feathers. They descended together, boy and bird, past and future, the original phoenix and the impossible new one, through the smoke, through the ash that fell like grey snow, through the ghosts of 10,000 trees, and landed softly on ground that was still warm. Harry slid from Fawkes' back. His bare feet touched ash. It was hot, painfully hot for anyone else, but Harry barely felt it. Every nerve in his body was screaming with exhaustion, a depletion so profound that he wasn't sure he could stand, let alone walk. He stood anyway. Because that was what you did. You stood up. The forest was gone. In every direction, as far as he could see through the smoke and the settling ash, the world was gray. Flat. Empty. The massive, ancient trees that had defined this landscape for 1,000 years were reduced to charcoal stumps and scattered embers. The ground was black, fissured with cracks where the heat had been most intense, and steam rose from 100 points where underground streams were boiling. It looked like the surface of the moon. Or the aftermath of a nuclear strike. Or the end of the world. Harry stood in the center of it, barefoot, bare-skinned, ash in his hair and soot on his face and burns on his arms that were already healing, the phoenix regeneration, working even in human form, and he looked at what he'd done. The Horcrux was gone. He could feel the absence, the way you'd feel the absence of a headache you'd had so long you'd forgotten what silence sounded like. The corruption that had saturated the magical landscape was simply not there anymore. The ley lines ran clean. The earth, beneath the ash, was alive, damaged, burned, but alive, the fundamental magical substrate intact, waiting. Fawkes trilled beside him. A soft, encouraging sound. Look down. Harry looked. At his feet, in the exact center of where the Horcrux had been buried, a crack in the blackened earth. And from the crack, impossible, absurd, miraculous, a shoot. A single green shoot, maybe 2 inches tall, pushing up through the ash with the blind, stubborn persistence of a living thing that refused to acknowledge the impossibility of its own existence. Its leaves were tiny and perfect and so intensely green against the gray wasteland that it hurt to look at, like finding a heartbeat in a body you'd declared dead. Harry sank to his knees. Not from exhaustion, though that was part of it. From the sheer, overwhelming emotional weight of what that shoot meant. Destruction and creation. Death and rebirth. The Phoenix cycle, made literal, playing out in real time at his feet. He was crying. He didn't notice until the tears hit the ash and sizzled, evaporating on contact with the still hot ground. Phoenix tears, his tears, the same essence that had started all of this, the tears that Fawkes had wept into his blood 4 years ago in the Chamber of Secrets. The tears fell on the shoot. The shoot grew. 1 inch. 2 inches. 3. The leaves unfurled, widened, turned their faces toward the sky with the eager optimism of a plant that had just discovered it was alive and wanted the whole world to know about it. Harry laughed. Through the tears, through the exhaustion, through the devastation of 50 square miles of dead forest, he laughed. A cracked, broken, beautiful sound that echoed across the wasteland and told the ash and the smoke and the silence, it's not over. It's never over. This is what a phoenix means. They found him like that. Ron got there first. Because Ron always got there first, because Ron's job was to watch Harry and be there when he came down, and Ron did his job, every time, without fail, without complaint. He came sprinting across the ash field, trainers slipping on the blackened ground, soot flying up around his ankles, and he saw Harry on his knees, naked and ash-covered and crying laughing beside a tiny green plant, and Ron's face did about 17 things at once before settling on pure, uncomplicated relief. He pulled off his jacket. Threw it around Harry's shoulders. Dropped to his knees beside him. You complete and total lunatic, Ron said, and his voice was wrecked. You absolute, I swear to, 4 hours, Harry. 4 hours. Do you know what that was like? Watching you from the ground for 4 bloody hours, not knowing if you were still you, not knowing if you were coming back, I came back. You came back. Ron's hands were on Harry's shoulders, gripping hard enough to bruise, and his eyes were bright and red-rimmed and he was grinning and crying at the same time. You came back, you stupid, stubborn, magnificent. Hermione arrived at a run, her robes singed, her hair more chaotic than Harry had ever seen it, and she didn't say anything at all. She just crashed into them, both of them, arms around both, her face buried in Harry's ash-covered shoulder, and made a sound that was either sobbing or laughing or both. The three of them knelt in the ash, in the ruin, in the aftermath. Holding on. The way they always had. The way they always would. "Look," Harry said, when he could speak. He pointed at the chute. "Look." Hermione looked. Her hand went to her mouth. "That's not possible," she whispered. "The ground temperature alone, the ash layer, there's no soil microbiome left to support, Hermione. It's growing. Harry, it's growing in the middle of a wasteland. That's Phoenix regeneration. The fire didn't just destroy. It seeded. The magical substrate." Her eyes went wide, the scientist in her catching up with the miracle. "The ley lines. The purified ley lines are feeding it. Without the corruption blocking the natural energy flow, the land's innate magic is, oh my God. Harry, do you know what this means? It means the forest's coming back. It means the forest's coming back better. The corruption was suppressing the natural magical ecosystem. With it gone, the land's baseline magical energy is, I need to take readings. I need instruments. I need, Hermione." Ron put a hand on her arm. "Later." She stopped. Breathed. Looked at the chute. Looked at Harry. Looked at the vast, devastated, smoke-hazed landscape stretching to the horizon. "Later," she agreed. Ginny reached them next. She walked. Didn't run. Crossed the ash field with steady steps, her boots leaving prints in the grey dust, her eyes fixed on Harry, and her face, God, her face. It was everything. Relief and love and fury and pride and the specific, world-shaking tenderness of a person who had just watched the boy she loved fly into an inferno and come back out again. Ron and Hermione stepped aside without being asked. They knew. Of course they knew. Ginny stopped 2 feet from Harry. Looked at him, ash-covered, tear-streaked, wrapped in Ron's too-big jacket, kneeling in a wasteland beside a baby plant. "You read the letter," she said. "You saved my life. I gave you something to come back to. You did the coming back yourself." She held out her hand. Harry took it. She pulled him up, and he was unsteady, weaving, his legs threatening to give way, but she braced him, one arm around his waist, taking his weight without making it look like she was taking his weight, because Ginny understood that Harry needed to stand on his own feet even when he couldn't. "I love you," Harry said. He hadn't planned to say it. Hadn't rehearsed it, hadn't waited for the right moment or the right words. It just fell out, simple and complete, the way truth does when you're too exhausted to dress it up. Ginny's eyes widened. Just for a second. Then she smiled, the real smile, the one that crinkled her nose and made her look like she was 14 and bulletproof and ready to take on the world. "I know," she said. "I love you too, you ridiculous firework." She kissed him. Gently, because he was fragile, because he was held together with willpower and phoenix magic and not much else. But firmly. The kind of kiss that planted a flag and said mine and yours and ours. Harry's lips were warm. Everything about him was warm. The next hour was a blur of people and noise and the surreal experience of standing in a wasteland while the entire Order of the Phoenix descended on the scene. Dumbledore arrived and stood for a long time looking at the ash field, saying nothing, his face unreadable. Then he looked at Harry, and he bowed, a deep, formal, sincere bow, the kind you gave to someone who had done something you couldn't and hadn't asked to and did anyway. "Thank you, Harry." Harry didn't know what to say. So he just nodded, and Dumbledore straightened, and they stood together in the ash the way they'd stood at the forest's edge that morning, and the distance between them, old man and young man, manipulator and instrument, teacher and student, was both vast and non-existent. McGonagall came. Looked at the ash field. Looked at Harry. Her eyes were suspiciously bright. 20 points to Gryffindor, she said, and her voice cracked on Gryffindor, and then she walked away very quickly. Lupin and Tonks came. Lupin hugged Harry, a real hug, tight and fierce, the kind of hug that Sirius would have given, that James would have given, and said, your father would have been speechless. Which, for James, was really saying something. Firenze came. The centaur walked into the ash field alone, his hooves leaving deep prints in the soft ground, and he stood in the devastation that had been his home and looked at the sky. The stars told us fire, he said quietly. They did not tell us what would come after. He looked at the green shoot. Knelt, an awkward, complicated maneuver for a centaur, and touched it gently with one hand. New growth, he said. From old soil. The cycle continues. He rose, looked at Harry with an expression that was solemn and ancient and, just barely, hopeful. The herd will return, Firenze said. When there is forest to return to. We are patient. We have learned to wait. And then Hagrid. Hagrid came last. He walked across the ash field slowly, Fong at his heels, his enormous feet leaving craters in the soft ground. He wasn't looking at Harry. He was looking at the landscape, the empty, flat, grey expanse that had been his forest. His home within a home. 60 years of paths and clearings and trees with names. He stopped at the edge of the area Harry had been kneeling in. Looked down. Saw the chute. For a long moment, Hagrid didn't move. Then his massive frame shuddered, and his face crumpled like paper, and the biggest man Harry had ever known sank to his knees in the ash and wept. Not quietly. Not with restraint. Hagrid cried the way he did everything, enormously, unreservedly, his whole body shaking with sobs that echoed across the wasteland. He cried for the forest and the trees and the creatures that hadn't made it and the 60 years of memories that were now ash under his knees. He cried for Margaret the Oak and the Bowtruckles they couldn't save and the Acromantulas who'd refused to leave and everything that was lost and could never come back. Nobody tried to stop him. Nobody tried to comfort him with platitudes. They just stood there, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, the Order, and let him grieve, because the grief was real and earned and sacred, and some things needed to be mourned fully before they could be released. When Hagrid finally quieted, his face blotchy and his beard soaked, he looked at the chute. He reached into his enormous coat. Pulled out something Harry couldn't see at first, small, round, held between thumb and forefinger with a delicacy that seemed impossible for hands that size. An acorn. Saved it, Hagrid mumbled. From Margaret. Before she. He couldn't finish. He dug a small hole in the ash with his finger. Placed the acorn in it. Covered it. Patted the ground gently, the way you pat a child's head. There ye go, old girl, he whispered. Start over. Harry knelt beside him. You said to promise you something, Harry said. That I'd help you plant the first tree. Hagrid looked at him. His beetle-black eyes were devastated and grateful and alive. Yeah, remember. Of course I remember. Harry placed his hand on the ground next to the buried acorn. Let the fire, just a touch, just a whisper, flow through his fingers into the earth. Not burning. Warming. The way Phoenix fire could be when it wasn't destroying, nurturing, encouraging, coaxing life from dead ground. Beneath their hands, the earth shifted. The acorn stirred. A second shoot pushed through the ash. Hagrid made a sound that was half sob and half laugh and entirely, overwhelmingly hope. There she is, he breathed. There's me Margaret. They knelt together in the ash, the half-giant and the phoenix boy, and watched two tiny green shoots reaching for the sky, the first new life in a landscape of death, and around them the wind shifted the ash like grey snow and the smoke cleared in patches to reveal the blue, the startling blue, of a March sky that had been hiding behind the clouds all morning. The days that followed were strange. Strange and exhausting and ugly and, in unexpected moments, beautiful. The containment ward came down. Hermione's 12 runic anchors, pushed to their limits by 4 hours of containing the most powerful magical fire in recorded history, flickered and died with an anticlimactic pop that Hermione found personally offensive. "They should at least glow when they deactivate," she muttered, collecting them. "After everything I put into them, a pop." "They did their job," Ron pointed out. "Yes, but aesthetically, Hermione. The ash field smoked for days. Underground fires, natural ones, not phoenix fire, burned through root systems and peat deposits and wouldn't fully extinguish for weeks. The smoke was visible from the castle, a low haze that settled over the grounds and turned sunsets into apocalyptic masterpieces of orange and red. The ministry arrived. Of course they did. Scrimgeour himself, flanked by a small army of aurors and department heads and what appeared to be a mobile crisis management unit, descended on Hogwarts with the righteous fury of a bureaucracy that had been blindsided by something it should have seen coming. Dumbledore handled it. Calmly, patiently, with the political skill of a man who had been managing governments since before most of the ministry officials were born. The fire was a controlled magical operation. The containment ward prevented any external damage. The creature evacuation was executed by certified handlers, a generous description of Hagrid, but technically accurate. No laws were broken that couldn't be retroactively authorized. Scrimgeour was furious. Also impressed. Also terrified, because the subtext of "a 16-year-old boy just destroyed 50 square miles of forest with magical fire" was "a 16-year-old boy has the power to destroy 50 square miles of anything with magical fire," and that was the kind of capability that kept ministers up at night. Harry refused all requests for interviews, demonstrations, and consultations. He also refused the Order of Merlin, First Class, that Scrimgeour tried to award him in a transparent attempt to co-opt the narrative. "I burned down a forest," Harry told him flatly. "I'm not taking a medal for that." The school's reaction was complicated. The students had watched the sky burn for 4 hours. They'd seen the smoke column, felt the heat through the containment dome, heard the distant thunder of trees exploding and earth cracking. The younger students were frightened. The older ones were awed. The Slytherins were very, very quiet. Malfoy found Harry in the corridor 2 days after the burn. He looked terrible, more gaunt, more haunted, but there was something different in his eyes. Something that might have been respect, if you squinted. "It's gone," Malfoy said. "The dark thing in the forest. I can tell. The air's different." "Yeah. Did you burn the clearing?" "I burned everything." Malfoy was quiet for a moment. Then, "Good." He walked away. Harry watched him go and thought about a boy crying in a bathroom, and wondered what choices Malfoy was going to make now that one dark thing in the world was dead and another, the one that lived in his house and held his family hostage, was still very much alive. That was a problem for another day. Harry had enough problems for this one. The green shoots kept growing. By the end of the first week, there were dozens. By the end of the second, hundreds. They appeared across the ash field seemingly at random, small green eruptions pushing through the gray, each one a tiny middle finger aimed at the devastation. Hermione, who had set up a monitoring station at the field's edge with instruments that looked like they belonged in a mad scientist's laboratory, was beside herself. "The growth rate is extraordinary," she reported, pages of data fluttering in the wind. "These aren't normal seedlings. The purified ley lines are acting as a magical growth accelerant. The natural energy that was being suppressed by the Horcrux for years is now freely flowing, and the new growth is absorbing it. At this rate, we'll have visible trees within months. Full canopy within a decade. The old forest took 1,000 years to reach maturity. The new one could do it in 50. "A new forest," Ron said, standing beside her, looking out at the sea of tiny green points emerging from the gray. "A whole new forest. Growing from nothing. Not from nothing. From the magical substrate that was always there, just suppressed. The fire didn't destroy the land's capacity for life. It removed the thing that was preventing it. Hermione paused, a thought occurring to her. Harry's tears. When he cried on the first shoot, Phoenix tears are a growth catalyst. If the tears entered the ley line network through the soil, you're saying Harry's crying made the forest grow? I'm saying Harry's tears may have jump-started the magical regrowth cycle, yes. Ron looked at Harry, who was sitting on a rock at the field's edge, staring at the green shoots with an expression that was thoughtful and tired and very far away. That's the most Harry thing I've ever heard, Ron said. Save the world by crying on it. Don't tell him. He'll never live it down. Oh, I'm absolutely telling him. Immediately. Harry sat on the rock and watched the shoots grow. He could still feel the fire. Diminished, not the roaring inferno of the burn, but a steady, warm presence in his chest, quieter now, satisfied, like a working dog that had completed its task and was resting by the fireplace. The phoenix inside him was still there, still part of him, still powerful. But the desperate, pulling, purposeful quality that had defined it since Dumbledore first told him about the Horcrux, that was gone. The fire had done what it was made to do. Now it could just be. Fawkes had returned to Dumbledore's office after the burn, his role complete, his ancient understanding of the Phoenix cycle expressed through a final trill that had resonated with Harry's fire in a way that felt like a benediction. You did well. You are one of us. Rest now. Harry rested. Not immediately. Not easily. The first few nights, he dreamed of fire, not nightmares, exactly, but vivid, immersive experiences of the burn, his phoenix mind replaying the destruction in perfect sensory detail. He felt every tree again. Every death. Every moment of corruption burning away and taking something irreplaceable with it. He woke from these dreams warm but not burning. Shaken but not shattered. The fire held him gently, like a parent holding a child through a nightmare, and slowly, over nights and days and the gradual accumulation of small, normal moments, the dreams faded. Ginny helped. Not by doing anything specific or dramatic, just by being there. Sitting with him. Walking with him across the ash field in the evenings, when the setting sun turned the grey landscape gold and the shadows of the new shoots stretched long and thin across the ground. You know what I noticed? She said one evening, about 2 weeks after the burn. They were walking hand in hand, Harry's warmth keeping the March chill at bay, their footprints trailing behind them in the ash. What? You're warmer. I'm always warm. No, I mean, warmer than before. Before the burn, you were hot. Radiating heat, like standing next to an engine. Now you're. She squeezed his hand. Warm. Like a blanket. Like a person. Harry thought about that. She was right. The fire wasn't fighting him anymore. Wasn't pressing against his skin, trying to get out. It was settled. Integrated. Part of him in a way that felt natural rather than imposed. Maybe that's what it needed, he said. To burn. Not something specific, just to burn. And now that it has, it doesn't need to push so hard. The metaphor writes itself, Ginny said dryly. Boy carries fire inside him. Fire needs to be expressed. Boy burns a forest. Boy feels better. She paused. That's either profound or deeply concerning. Can it be both? With you? Always. He pulled her closer. She tucked herself under his arm, and they walked through the ruin that was becoming something new, and the fire in Harry's chest burned warm and steady and content. A month later, Harry stood at the edge of the new growth, because that's what they were calling it, the new growth, capital letters, like a place on a map, and watched the first sunrise of April light up a landscape that had changed beyond recognition. The shoots were trees now. Small ones, saplings, really, 3 or 4 feet tall, their leaves fresh and impossibly green against the dark soil that was emerging from under the receding ash. They grew in clusters, following the ley line patterns underground, creating natural avenues and clearings that bore no resemblance to the old forest's layout but had their own logic, their own beauty. Animals were returning. Cautiously. A unicorn foal was spotted at the western edge, investigating the new growth with the careful curiosity of the very young. Thestrals circled overhead, landing in the clearings, testing the ground. Bowtruckles, the ones that had survived, were already claiming saplings, their tiny stick figures visible if you looked closely at the branches. Hagrid was there every day. He'd been there every day since the burn, working from dawn to dusk, planting, watering, nurturing, talking to the saplings in a low, encouraging voice that Harry could hear from 50 feet away. Margaret's acorn was now a sapling, small but sturdy, growing faster than the others, as if Hagrid's love was a fertilizer that science couldn't measure. "She's got her mother's leaves," Hagrid told anyone who would listen, beaming with an oak leaf in his palm. "Same shape. Same color. She'll be a beauty." The centaurs sent scouts. 2 young ones, nervous and wary, who circled the new growth at a distance for 3 days before approaching Firenze and exchanging a conversation that lasted an hour and left Firenze looking tired but hopeful. "They will come," Firenze told Harry. "Slowly. In their own time. But they will come." Even the acromantulas were returning. A handful of survivors, smaller ones, younger ones, freed from the Horcrux's compulsion, had built a modest web structure at the southern edge of the new growth. Ron spotted it during a patrol and went white, but he didn't suggest burning it. "They're just living," he said, staring at the web from a safe distance. "Normal spider stuff. Not trying to eat anyone." "The corruption made them aggressive," Hermione said. "Without it, they're just regular magical creatures. Enormous, terrifying magical creatures, but not malevolent." "Great. Wonderful. I'm still not going near them." "Nobody's asking you to." "Good. Because I won't." Noted, Ron. Harry stood at the edge and watched the sun rise. The light caught the new growth and turned it golden, every leaf, every branch, every blade of new grass shimmering with the morning's first warmth. The sky was clear for once, impossibly blue, and somewhere in the saplings a bird was singing, a real bird, a normal bird, not magical, just alive and announcing its existence to the world. Ron and Hermione were behind him, talking about something, Hermione's latest growth measurements, Ron's suggestion that they name the new forest, their voices warm and familiar and so wonderfully, painfully normal that Harry's chest ached with gratitude. Ginny was beside him. Her hand in his, warm to warm, her hair catching the sunlight. He could still feel the fire. It would always be there, the phoenix, the burning, the capacity for destruction and creation that lived inside him like a second heartbeat. There would be more fights. More darkness. Voldemort was still out there, weakened by the loss of another Horcrux but alive and dangerous. The war wasn't over. But the forest was growing. And Harry was here to see it. He closed his eyes. Let the fire rise, not to burn, not to destroy, just to exist. It warmed his skin, his hands, the air around him. A soft, golden glow that Ginny could feel and Ron could see and Hermione could measure and Hagrid, across the field, looked up from his planting and smiled at. "Hey Harry." Ginny said. "Yeah. The fire inside you. Can you still feel it?" He opened his eyes. Looked at the new growth. Looked at the sky. Looked at the people he loved, standing in the ruins of something terrible and the beginnings of something beautiful. "Yeah," he said. "I can still feel it." She squeezed his hand. "Good," she said. "We're gonna need it." Harry looked at the green shoot, the first one, the one that had started it all, now a sapling reaching for the sky, and he understood, finally, completely, what a phoenix meant. Not just destruction. Not just rebirth. The choice. The impossible, terrible, beautiful choice to burn everything down and then stand in the ashes and plant the first seed and believe, against all evidence, against all reason, against the devastation stretching to the horizon, that what grows back will be worth what was lost. The sun climbed. The forest grew. The fire burned. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the bird that burned, stood in the ashes of the old world and watched the new one begin.